diplomatic fraternity, representatives from the healthcare ecosystem, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a huge pleasure and honor for us in welcoming you all to the 9th edition of the India Medical Device Conference 2026, jointly organized by the Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, in association with the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, with its objective clearly laid down as to advance a quality-first medtech ecosystem in India by strengthening regulatory frameworks, promoting quality-driven manufacturing, and fostering global collaborations. Also positioning India as a trusted hub for safe, reliable, and globally competitive medical devices in line with the vision of Viksit Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning is very special for us as we have been joined by our distinguished dignitaries. We are very honored to have with us Secretary Department of Pharmaceutical Government of India, Shri Manoj Joshi ji. Sir, swagat hai aapka. We are also very honored to have with us Drugs Controller General of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi. And we'll be joined by the Chair, FICCI Medical Devices Committee and Managing Director and GM India and South Asia Board Healthcare, Mr. Tushar Sharma. Co-Chair, FICCI Medical Devices Committee and Managing Director, Philips India Subcontinent, Mr. Bharat Sesha. And Director General, FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij. We begin by requesting our honorable dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp and mark the beginning of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in our Indian tradition, it's customary to begin any auspicious occasion with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. May I request Honorable Secretary Sir and our honorable dignitaries of the inaugural session to kindly light the ceremonial lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, each wick that will be lit today is a prayer for global peace, solidarity. It's a prayer for the success of the conference. It's a prayer for peace, togetherness, brotherhood, and eternal happiness. May I request you all to kindly bring in some energy by putting your hands together as this conference is now formally being inaugurated by Honorable Secretary Sir and honorable dignitaries of our inaugural session. We pray to Almighty for the well-being of all. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for lighting the ceremonial lamp. We thank everyone present in the audience for joining us in this auspicious moment, this prayer, and the beginning of the inaugural session. Once again, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request Honorable Secretary Sir, Shri Manoj Joshi, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I also invite Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Mr. Tushar Sharma, Mr. Bharat Sesha, and Ms. Jyoti Vij to kindly join us on the stage for the inaugural proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, today's inaugural session marks the beginning of very important deliberations and sets a tone for a meaningful conversation that will contribute to the strengthening of India's position as a trusted global leader in quality medical devices. This year's conference theme is Towards Viksit Bharat, advancing India as a global hub for quality medical devices. Before we proceed with the formal inaugural part of the session, we would like to mark this occasion with a very meaningful gesture that reflects on our collective responsibility towards a greener and more sustainable future. At FICCI, we believe that the most enduring and most beautiful gesture and way to honor our distinguished guest is through a legacy that extends beyond today's event, the Green Certificate. May I request Ms. Jyoti Vij to kindly present the Green Certificate to Honorable Secretary Sir, Shri Manoj Joshi, and welcome him to this conference, to this inaugural session. Sir, Swagatam. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you, ma'am, for presenting the Green Certificate. May I now request Mr. Tushar Sharma to kindly present the Green Certificate to Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi and welcome him to this inaugural session. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. This Green Certificate is a way FICCI pledges to plant trees in the Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal, creating a lasting tribute in honor of our distinguished dignitaries. With this thoughtful gesture that celebrates both leadership and environmental stewardship, we now move to the formal proceedings of the inaugural session. It is my privilege, as I now invite Director General FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Mr. Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India, Mr. Tushar Sharma, Chair of the Medical Devices Committee of FICCI, Mr. Bharat Shesha, the Co-Chair, FICCI Medical Devices, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. And on behalf of FICCI, it's my privilege to warmly welcome all of you at the 9th edition of the India Medical Devices 2026, which is jointly being organized by Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, in association with FICCI. My very sincere gratitude to the department for its continued leadership and partnership in making the conference India's premier platform for dialogue on the Indian medical devices sector. So over the years, the Indian medical device has emerged as a unique forum that brings together all the relevant stakeholders, including the government, regulators, industry, healthcare institutions, academia, startup, name everybody who are responsible for shaping the future of one of the India's most promising strategic sectors. And the theme today is towards Viksit Bharat, advancing India as a global hub for quality medical devices. And this captures both the remarkable progress that India has made and the aspirations of the industry that do lie ahead. Today, India's medical devices, as we all know, is estimated to nearly about 16 billion US dollar and is among the fastest growing globally. The sector sits at the intersection of healthcare, manufacturing, technology, and innovation. And medical technology not just enables the critical outcomes, but also strengthens the national healthcare resilience and drives the industrial growth, creates high-skilled employment and many such macro goals as well. And that's the significance that the industry really has. So over the last few years, Government of India has laid a very strong foundation through the visionary initiatives such as the National Medical Devices Policy 2003, the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme, the development of Medical Devices Park, and continued efforts towards strengthening the regulatory systems and quality infrastructure. And there is a complete dedication from the government to give a full impetus to this sector. So as we do look ahead, the next phase of the growth will be defined by our ability to foster innovation, strengthen research and development, build resilient supply chains, develop advanced manufacturing capabilities, promote globally harmonized quality standards, leverage digital technologies, and expand India's footprint into the international markets. Equally important is also the continued collaboration between all the stakeholders, in particular the government and industry and academia and the healthcare institutions, which can help in building the ecosystem that is globally competitive and innovation-driven and future-ready. At FICCI, we do firmly believe that such transformation can only be achieved through the sustained dialogue and collaborative action, and we do remain committed to provide that platform on a continuous basis. Over the next 2 days, this conference hopes to provide an important opportunity to exchange ideas and deliberate emerging opportunities and challenges, showcase the innovation abilities, and identify the pathways to strengthen India's position as a trusted global hub for quality medical devices. I'm confident we'll be able to achieve some of this through these deliberations. And I'd like to also acknowledge and thank all the industry partners, the knowledge partners, speakers, sponsors, delegates for joining us and be part of this important forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that very warm welcome note and also setting up the context so effectively. May I now request Chair FICCI Medical Devices Committee and Managing Director and General Manager India and South Asia, Abbott Healthcare, to deliver the theme address, inviting Shri Tushar Sharma. May I request you, sir, to kindly present your thoughts.
Good morning and very warm welcome to Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, Drug Control General of India, Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI, and Mr. Bharat Shah, Co-Chair FICCI Medical Device Committee, and all our distinguished guests. It's my privilege as Chair of the Medical Device Committee to welcome you all to this India Medical Device Conference 2026. This year's theme, Towards Viksit Bharat, Advancing India as a Global Hub for Quality Medical Devices, reflect both the scale of India's healthcare aspirations and the tremendous opportunity before the medtech sector. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, and healthcare stakeholders. Their leadership and partnership continue to shape the future of India's healthcare and medical technology ecosystem. The Indian medical device industry today stands at a very important moment. Valued at approximately 15 billion USD, it is among the fastest growing medtech markets globally, with the potential to reach up to $30 billion by 2030. More importantly, this sector plays a crucial role in improving diagnosis, treatment, patient outcomes, and access to quality healthcare for millions of Indians. The Government of India deserves special recognitions for its strong commitment to this sector. Initiatives such as National Medical Device Policy 2023, the PLI scheme, the scheme for strengthening the medical device industry SSMDI, and the PRIP scheme have created a clear and encouraging roadmap for growth, innovation, and self-reliance. Equally important are ongoing efforts to strengthen the regulatory framework, support digital health through the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, encourage research and innovation, and promote ethical business practices through the Uniform Code for Marketing Practices in Medical Devices. Together, these initiatives are helping build a more predictable, transparent, and globally competitive medtech ecosystem. As we look ahead, achieving India's ambition of becoming a global hub for quality medical devices will require continued focus on innovation, domestic manufacturing, clinical evidence generation, quality infrastructure, AI-enabled technologies, export competitiveness, and sustainable healthcare access. These are not independent priorities. These are interconnected pillars of a world-class medtech ecosystem. India possesses all the fundamental strength necessary to lead globally. A large domestic market, exceptional scientific talent, a growing manufacturing base, and a supportive policy environment. The task before us to convert these advantages into global leadership in innovation, quality, and manufacturing. As we often say, India is the pharmacy of the world. With the right policy support, industry collaboration, and continued innovation, India can also become a trusted global hub for medical devices. Before I conclude, I would also like to thank FICCI Secretariat for their outstanding effort in organizing this conference and bringing together such an esteemed gathering of stakeholders. I wish all the participants a fulfilling and engaging conference and look forward to the discussions that will help shape the next chapter for India's medtech growth story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very valuable words. We thank you for so significantly articulating the vision for India's rapidly evolving medical device ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker has played a pivotal role in strengthening India's regulatory framework for pharmaceuticals and medical devices, ensuring patient safety while fostering innovation and ease of doing business. It's completely an honor for us as we invite Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India, to kindly deliver this special address.
I have to change or someone else will change? Good morning. Good morning. Respected Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, dignitaries sitting on the dais, delegates, it's a pleasure to be here this morning. And I want to start with congratulating Department of Pharma and FICCI for hosting this 9th edition of India Medical Device. It's very heartening to see the way it has grown from the first one to 9th one, though I was not there in the initial ones, but I know it has grown and has always reflected the growth of the medical device industry in India. So what I thought this morning that I'll have few slides to give a reflection of how regulatory system is working hand in hand with the growth of industry and how we are trying to support the industry. The first slide very clearly shows, I mean, the best message and most important message from this slide for me and I think for all of you is the bar which shows that imports has grown with a CAGR of 1% only in 3 years from 2022 to 25. And if you see the domestic production, the CAGR is 43%. So it's a heartening data to see that how we are switching from import-driven industry to domestically manufactured-driven industry. And that's where the whole country, the policies, the regulatory system is working towards. I will skip this. This is the second slide which shows the same trend. If you see the orange one is basically import of A and B, manufacturing of A and B. The blue one is the manufacturing of C and D, and the gray one is the import of all 4 categories of medical devices. And this clearly shows that the trend of imports either stagnating or a signal of reduction, and a very clear indication with respect to growth of the industry. The growth is sharper with A and B. I think we all need the blue one to become more growth oriented, because there the value and the service to the patients lies with the curve, the blue curve. And I think policies and efforts are concentrated towards increasing the C&D domestic production in this country. Similarly, the trend, if you see, this is the in vitro diagnostics, the same trend. The import is stagnating. I won't say stagnating, but the growth is not there. But certainly the growth in the domestic manufacture of IVDs is also very clearly visible. One very important message with this slide is also that if you see the blue curve, the C&D in IVDs the industry need to put more focus. The innovation, the startups need to put more focus, because that's the first line of defense we have through the use of IVDs, where we diagnose the disease. And for C&D, still we depend more on the imported IVDs, and we need to switch towards the domestic production. These couple of slides you will see, this talks of the timelines which currently, this is a data dump from the SUGAM. This is not basically done by an individual. This is a trend of the data dump when it comes to approval of the import of medical devices in terms of timeline. And this is in our interactions with the industry or the ministries also, the most active topic, if I can say, or most discussed topic is we have to reduce the timeline of approvals wherever their license is. And I wanted to show this, that this is the real picture. We are not performing bad here. If you see the average of last 1 year when it comes to import licenses, 145 days is the average approval time for import license applications, where in the public charter the commitment from the agency is 270. So we are well below what we actually are performing today. This is for import licenses, and the same story is in the manufacturing, IVD imports also, where on an average we are taking 105 days to approve the import license for IVDs when it comes to the IVD import license approval. We have extremes, and unfortunately when we discuss, and the most noise creating are these extremes but we have to see that largely the approval timelines are not very away from what international regulatory agencies are currently doing. But this will certainly improve further, because you will see when it comes to reforms, a lot of things are happening when it comes to resourcing and creating reforms for the regulations in the country on medical devices and IVDs. This is the data on manufacturing, the most interesting data, if I can say, and I think most of people are interested currently, that what is the time we take for approving the manufacturing manufacturing applications for medical devices. And on an average we are taking 106 days, that's about around 3 months, more than 3 months. Extremes are there, but if you see the spread, the extremes are also not very many in the this particular presentation. So again, when it comes to approval of licenses, either for import of medical devices, of IVDs, or manufacturing licenses for medical devices, domestic manufacturing, the numbers are around between 100 and 120 days. 3 to 4 months we are taking in approving the licenses. This slide is on MedTech Mitra, and this gives an indication that how we are innovating in this country on medical devices. And this is also very interesting data and very positive data. At least I see it with a very positive frame of mind. And the message here is that we need to create more platforms like MedTech Mitra, where there is a possibility of interaction among the regulator, the innovators, startups, the clinical guidances, finance. MedTech Mitra platform is giving all this, and if you see the number, almost around 2 years we launched this between ICMR and CDSCO under the guidance of NITI Aayog. Almost 847, maybe more than that. This is about 15 days old data. So 850 applications, and the beauty here is that this is from the startup industry, and most probably all 850 would be different from each other because it is coming from startup. And this gives an indication, and this is not all. This is just a signal, because there are so many other incubators or institutions, hospitals who are working, who may not have actually approached MedTech Mitra. So this innovation part is also moving in the right direction, and the government's policies, government's support system is also hand-holding people who are working in the innovation space. Out of this 847, I think 742 have been picked up for support. 605 out of that was they required the regulatory support. And one good thing, wherever I have gone in the country, people working in the space of medtech innovation, all of them know medtech method. That is a very, very positive sign, and many of them have actually approached this platform. Coming to the reforms and ease of doing business, there are many of them which we are currently doing. Many of them have been implemented, but I have just picked 10 of them here just as a indication. So we all know that it's a new regulation, and it's a transition phase. The transition was for me very smooth, no disturbances in production. Many a times we got this information that we are getting roadblocks through regulation, we are getting strangulated because of regulation. But you also have to appreciate that your international recognition and the growth of export is happening only because this country has a robust regulatory system. You are getting international recognition because there is a robust regulatory system aligned with international systems, and your international buyers now know that the devices coming from India have actually gone through a robust regulatory system. And that is, we have to take it as a very positive development. The government bought this regulation, very nascent, just 2.5 years old. Lot of changes will happen as we go. Lot of reforms will come, lot of ease of doing business initiatives will come. But you will see very shortly the alignment with international regulations would be very, very, to a larger extent we will align to the international regulations. Currently, when the regulations were made, the thought behind that was that a lot of local context was actually addressed through the regulation. But as we are practicing the regulatory system in this country for last 2.5 years, now there is a mature thinking that there is a possibility, and the industry is actually moving in the right direction, working in the right direction. And this gives an opportunity to bring lots of reforms, bring alignment with the international agencies, and that you will see. Some of them have already been done, some of them are in process, and you will see many more to come in the future. I'm also happy to say that medical device regulation is one regulation which is 100% digital since day one. Everything in regulatory value chain for medical devices is digital. And that has brought a lot of transparency, a lot of data has been accumulated, which helps us in formulating different policies, bringing these reforms, the changes, and a lot of things which some of them, I mean, very, very simple, but a lot of times it becomes very irritating also. The applications for different certificates, the non-conviction, the FSCs, the neutral code certificates. Now, if all of these are actually system generated. You just upload your data, your documents, and the system actually gives the certificate to you. There is no intervention from the regulator or the any manual intervention here. The long pending, the ask from industry for removing the loan license if you are sterilizing your devices at an external facility. Earlier it was you need to have a loan license on that sterilization facility. That has been removed completely from the system. And now it's just an agreement between the manufacturer and the sterilization companies, which you just have to show that agreement and move ahead. So similarly, if you see, recently we have added European Union in that list of all the countries from where we give waiver for clinical investigation if it is required for any innovative medical devices. So if the device has been approved by EU now, along with the other 5, US, Europe, US, Canada, UK, Australia, Japan, Now EU is also part of that group, and if you have approval from EU, we will give a lot of waivers there. Recently we released the medical device software guideline, which gives you details of how these will be, they should be developed, how they should be evaluated, and how they should be basically released for use by patients. Very shortly you will get to the waiver of T license, test licenses, which currently industry is required to do if you want to do even R&D in medical device development. As we did this waiver for on the drug side, we are also extending, and all the discussions are over. I think it has been approved by the DTAB also, and very shortly you will see coming out in terms of notification waiver of T license, and now you will be free to do all your R&D without intervention of the regulator. Fully functional and with a dedicated resourcing, medical device vertical is now there at CDSCO, which is having people with the background of medical device qualifications, experience. The leadership has also been separated. New positions have been created. I think around 30-35 positions are already with UPSC in process of recruitment. Very shortly, in next few months, you will see new regulators of medical device coming in that vertical. But the best part is that the 1,500 new positions which government has allocated for CDSCO, good part would be part of, would go to the medical device regulatory system in creating internal scientific cadre for evaluating applications, for hand-holding, for giving advices, and that is going to be a very, very good addition when it comes to future of the regulatory and moving towards the Viksit Bharat by 2047. So good number of those people would actually be from the medical device background, the engineering background, the software developers, the AI experts. So that's a very positive development which is going to happen. The one thing which is currently being most animatedly being discussed in this country, DCGI's appointment. The ad is out. The qualification of a medical device regulator is also now part of DCGI appointment. The engineers, as per the new recruitment rule, the engineering background people who are into medical device industry can also be candidate for Drug Control General of India. So in totality, if you see, a lot of reforms and ease of doing business activities are currently ongoing. And as I said, many more of them would come. So at the end, I just want to say that I'm at least very bullish about the future of medical device industry in this country. And I can give commitment from CDSCO and Ministry of Health that regulatory system would always be there to support this innovation and growth of this industry. And I always say that is also essential because the whole world is now waiting for affordable innovation in medical devices from India. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very extremely encouraging words, very thoughtful words, a huge amount of information for us to carry back. Thank you once again, sir. At the heart of every meaningful policy dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, lies the research that informs action, continuing the tradition of generating evidence-based insights for the medical devices sector. It is now time for us to move forward towards the release of the conference knowledge paper titled Strengthening of Service and Maintenance of Medical Equipment in Indian Healthcare towards a safe, reliable and sustainable medical device maintenance ecosystem, developed by FICCI in collaboration with Dua Consulting. May I request our honorable dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for the formal release of the knowledge paper. And may I also invite onto the stage Mr. Chaitanya Saravate, who's the President and CEO of GE Healthcare, South Asian and Managing Director of Wipro GE Healthcare, to kindly join us onto the stage for the release of the paper. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly join us in this moment of celebration with a huge round of applause. The white paper being released, which is the service and maintenance of medical equipment in Indian healthcare towards a safe, reliable and sustainable medical device maintenance and ecosystem. Many congratulations to the team of FICCI and Dua Consulting on this very important contribution to India's medical device ecosystem. Once again, many congratulations. It is now a privilege for us to invite a leader who has been at the forefront of India's effort to build a globally competitive pharmaceutical and medical devices manufacturing ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceutical, Government of India, to kindly deliver the keynote address. Sir, may I request you for your visionary address.
Shri Rajiv Raghuvanshi, Jyoti Ved, Tushar Sharma, Sesha, friends. Indian medical devices industry, as you heard Mr. Raghuvanshi, has, I think in last COVID onwards, has grown manyfold and it's growing quite fast. Medical devices is industry, when you see, needs to be divided from two perspectives. I think what we consume and what we produce are completely two different sectors. And yes, what we produce, some of which we consume, but they are not really related. Healthcare sector is a standalone, a different sector. It doesn't really matter for healthcare industry or hospital setup what they are consuming, whether it's produced in India or produced outside. And what you produce in India, it's an industrial output. Whether you sell it in India or sell outside India, really doesn't really matter. I think most of the time we club the two, but they are very different sectors, healthcare and industrial sector of medical devices. In a hospital, they don't really care whether the product is imported or whether it's just assembled in India or it's completely made in India. But from, I think from a country perspective, from getting employment, generating wealth, getting an industrial ecosystem, and also it matters a lot whether it's produced in India or it's partly produced in India or it's completely imported. Though I think on a borderline, when you see events, whether it's a COVID or whether it's a US-Iran conflict or war, whatever you call it, or similar sudden disruptions which take place, at that time you feel that if these things we were producing locally would have been much better. That's where we talk more of Atmanirbharta. We should not be critically dependent on other countries. And in that perspective, when you talk about medical devices, people, as well as on the drug side, people believe this is an area where we should be producing certainly some things so that in case of a disruption, we are not critically dependent or we are not into great trouble. And I think that feeling came during COVID time, and in the last 1 year also that feeling has come, and that's how we put medical devices sector along with healthcare, along with the pharmaceutical or drug production, as to a category where we, if not producing everything, we should be substantially producing something. And that's how the government gives a much higher importance to medical devices than any other industrial product. Though when you see a factory, it's just a factory, it's just an industrial product. When you see all those high-end medical devices or consumables or anything else, it's just you need to apply principles of how people buy and sell products and how people manufacture and how people do product development. And that's why you see in high-end medical devices, when we started pushing for more production, initially we started getting assembly line operations. So last 5-7 years, we have seen high-end medical equipment, a lot of assembly happening in India, from completely imported to now we are seeing assembly of imaging devices, some robotics, not much of a IVD diagnostic side, we have not really seen much. But imaging we have seen a lot of assembly line operations happening in India. Some component manufacturing is happening, but not too much. So when you come to the consumable, disposable sector, we see a lot of production taking place in India, particularly at the lower end. A lot of production is happening. Export is limited, but yeah, Indian market more or less is getting catered by Indian production. Though a lot of time quality people have doubts, so you try to do from a branded manufacturer. If you are more discerning private sector hospital, in government you go by L1. But yeah, the lower end you have quality concerns. You are not very sure. You are not very sure of single-use devices. Are they actually getting single use, or they are being used multiple times? So there are concerns on quality and on the regulation on the lower end. But I think there is a need probably to improve quality and cater to the global market, because any industrial product, if you are catering to a small market, difficult to compete on a quality and cost with the global imports. And again, healthcare being a sector of higher priority, government puts a very low import duty. So any domestic production has to compete with whatever is coming from imports at say 0 or 5 or 10% import duty. So unless you are making of a similar quality and price, you can't really compete against imports. So catering only to Indian market, I'm not very sure is a great strategy. You need to cater to, you need to produce for a much larger market than Indian market, and so that your costs could go down. You have money to do a product development, you have money for branding, you have money for getting regulatory approvals around the world, you have a marketing reach to sell the product around the world. So I think we need to, most of the companies, we need to shift our strategy for producing only for India as an import substitution sector to a sector which caters to a global market. And that would require a lot of component manufacturing facilities and an entire ecosystem, which is currently lacking. In large number of devices, you find the more you go up on the value chain, it's more of assembly line operations or completely imports. So unless there is a component industry in India, which a lot depends on what's happening in the electronic industry, which is not happening in the PCBs, and a lot of components in medical devices are produced by other sectors, which are not really medical devices sector. A lot happening on the metallurgical side or forging side or plastic side, or what happens in PVC and other products. So some depends on that, but I think a far more development of component industry is what is required if we want to cater to the global market and not to a limited Indian market. Indian market, yes, it's pretty large, growing about $16 billion, but the global market is $600 billion. So anyone who is producing for that market can produce a much more scale and a much better quality, much lower cost, and then the component ecosystem would be there around it. IVD diagnostic side is one area we have not much of assembly also is taking place. It's again a very bit complicated area where the reagents and the devices get coupled, and it's a very closed market. It's not easy to get into a market. India is not really at a higher end, is not much there. So I think probably there is a need to have a push to have at least the assembly and reagent making in India to start catering to Indian market, and then gradually grow to start catering to the other markets. One area which Dr. Raghuvanshi pointed it out, we have a large number of startups, more in the IVD side, trying to make easy small devices which you can use it at the PHC, CHC, village level. And I think if you go to any incubation center which is closely towards the pharma healthcare side, you find a large number of medical devices startups. In PRIP, we had some 750 applications. Out of that, about 500 were medical devices startups. I don't know whether we have space for such a large number of startups, because I think we gave a lot of grant under BIRAC and a lot of other schemes. A number of startups have come up, and they are finding it challenging to sell their product. It's much. I keep saying it's much easier in medical devices sector to produce a prototype. Slightly more difficult to produce a product. Far more difficult to sell that product. So I think most of the startups find it very difficult to sell their product, particularly when they want something to be used in PHCs and sub-centers and Ayushman wellness centers. It's not easy to sell those products to them because the only buyer is the state governments, and they've never seen that product. They're not familiar with that product. So probably some sort of a partnership between large industry and these startups can at least provide market to some of the startups, and large industry can also, so much of product development is taking place, you can take advantage of that product development which startups have done and you can buy it. It keeps happening in pharma sector. It has not really happened in medical devices sector. So is it feasible? I don't know. I would like to listen to large industry whether it's feasible to buy designs and prototypes from startups. Does it work, or you don't think it's feasible? But I think because probably there are almost 1,000 or 2,000 startups doing work on medical devices sector. It's a pretty large number. I think this is one area which we need to strategize and plan and work better. Otherwise, we are wasting too much of everyone's energy without reaching anywhere. So a better strategy, I probably would urge FICCI also to devote some time on what is happening on the startup side and their linkages, how do they reach to the market. Just by making effort, you don't reach the market. It's reaching in these type of products, reaching market is a very difficult thing. People prefer to buy a known brand name, a credible product, they've seen it working. Buying a new product, people are very hesitant. So probably a partnership with large industry is very much required. So I think that what I describe is what we see as a ecosystem of medical devices in India, and our focus, our desire would be that the component making industry now I think should develop in India. We have seen assembly operations. We need now more value addition to take place, more component industry to take place, more partnership with the software industry, more partnership with the electronics industry, so that from 20-25% of domestic value addition, we reach 40-45% value addition on high-end devices. You can't really make 100% in India any of these devices. One is the volumes are not very large, and I think the global value chains, we would have, I think last few years, if you read any management book or any consulting book, reports and all, they talk about global value chains in different products. And in medical devices, those global value chains matter a lot. I don't think any product is completely made in one country, anywhere in the world. Probably a high-end machine would have 2,000 components. You can't make all of those 2,000 components in one country. So you need to move across geographical jurisdictions, across regulatory jurisdictions, and that faster that movement is, the less your costs would be, the faster your production would be, the better your production systems would be. So if we want to do well in medical devices sector, I think we need to keep that in perspective, that materials and components would move across borders. So if you are making components in India, you need to make it for a market much larger than India, much bigger than India. So those products need to move out faster, and even those components probably would have 50% of their parts would be coming from outside. So that value chain development is something we have to keep in perspective, both from the regulatory side, so that there is an easy movement of components across borders. It's faster. And how do we give some more leeway to the larger industries, so that less approvals are required, so that faster approvals are required, and there is a smoothness in the entire production system. So it is an industrial manufacturing system which we have to keep in perspective, and the government support, regulatory system, and the market development has to go in that direction. From government side, we would continue to provide support for production in India for, as we said, movement towards Atmanirbharta and Viksit Bharat. Government would provide support to medical devices sector, so that more and more production takes place in India, and more component industry is developed in India, and we produce not just for India but for the global markets, because that is what the future is. If you are producing only for Indian market, you will be swamped by imports with the low import duties of up to 10%. There is no way you can protect yourself. So you need to produce for the world, and the government is there to provide you support. Let's work together so that there is a better product development, better brand building, better outreach, and a faster regulatory system, and a faster movement across borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us with your words. Those are very inspiring words and a huge amount of takeaway for each one of us present here. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we thank Honorable Secretary, sir, for his very stimulating and very significant words that he brought forward. As we move towards the concluding moment of the continent, Shri Bharat Seshaji, to kindly deliver the concluding remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure and privilege to be here. Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs General, Controller General of India, Tushar Sharma, Chairman of the FICCI Medical Devices Committee and Managing Director in GM, India and South Asia at Abbott Healthcare, Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI, and distinguished guests, delegates, and fellow industry representatives. It is my privilege to propose this vote of thanks at the conclusion of the inaugural session of the 9th Indian Medical Device Conference 2026. At the outset, on behalf of FICCI, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished dignitaries, speakers, delegates, partners, sponsors for gracing today's session. Just hearing the speeches this morning in many ways has re-emphasized and reinforced the immense potential India possesses for this sector. I think the message is collaboration is the key to success in the future. We're deeply grateful to Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, for expanding the horizon of ambition that this sector needs to have. His perceptive observation that scale matters, and scale can only be achieved if we dream big, aspire big as an industry, is really inspirational and a message we should all take to heart. I think the observation of the fact that healthcare delivery and medtech industry are not necessarily linked, and we should disassociate our ambitions from what we can do only for India to what India can do for the world, is something I take back and I think all of us will keep in our minds. Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi shone light with data. The data shows very clearly that there is an enabling environment for regulatory footprint in India. The fact that he is giving us the confidence that grow, we will make sure that we enable that growth. This, for me, also extremely positive message from the discussion of this morning. My sincere appreciation also goes to Ms. Jyoti Vij and the FICCI organization for continuing to facilitate these type of exchanges. Again, collaboration is the key to future success. We also released the knowledge paper, Service and Maintenance of Medical Equipment in Indian Healthcare Towards a Safe, Reliable and Sustainable Medical Device Maintenance Ecosystem, which was developed in collaboration of FICCI and the Dua consultants. It addresses a key topic, a topic that we don't talk enough about, which is that sustainable quality is not a one-time event. And the fact that we have equipment that needs to be serviced for many, many years, and we should look at that with the same lens of quality as we do when we sell the equipment, is something that is very important for the industry to take forward. I also want to place sincere appreciation on record for the Department of Pharmaceuticals, particularly a special word of thanks to Shri Aman Sharma, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Shri Hitendra Sahu, Director, Department of Pharmaceuticals, and the entire Department of Pharmaceuticals, who have continued to guide us to have the belief that we can do something together in this industry, and for their unwavering support, commitment, and guidance. We're embarking on 2 days of discussions, which I'm sure will be inspired by what we heard this morning here on stage. And I wish you all a wonderful 2 days of engaging discussions, because the road to Viksit Bharat comes through a healthy Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very thoughtful concluding note and very heartwarming proposing the vote of thanks. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. As we can see, our honorable dignitaries are giving us a moment to capture this in our lenses, and of course this stays in our memories. Ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt gratitude is being extended to our honorable distinguished dignitaries, our esteemed speakers, delegates and industry leaders, and all participants joining us this morning. We also hope that you all have a very engaging conference in the next 2 days. May I request all the speakers, all the delegates, all the special invitees to kindly proceed as per the conference program now. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful day ahead.
Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices shape the conversation.
Care. A small word, but when it's needed most, it means the world. And at some point, we all need to be cared for. At Philips, we care about care. Better care. It's been at the heart of our innovations from the beginning, and it's how we've stood the test of time as an innovation leader. Today, as a health technology company, we're fully focused on delivering better care for more people. We design care experience
From Lothal's tidal docks to the Silk Road, from the guilds of the south to the Mughal merchants who invented the bill of exchange, this was a fragmented by region, by trade, by colonial design. Indian enterprise had no unified voice. That voice, it was India's first organized act of economic self-reliance. Swadeshi, not just a statement, but as a structure. The guild had become a federation.
Check 1 2, test 1, testing 1 2 3 4 check. Hey, check 1 2. Testing, sound check, 1 2 3 4, test 1 2, hey, check 1 2, 1 2 3 4, testing 1, sound check 1 2, 1 2 3 4, test 1, check 1 2, testing.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत का लक्ष्य तभी सिद्ध हो सकता है जब फिक्की जैसे संगठन आगे आए.
It is one of the most influential body also for policy making.
आजादी के आंदोलन से लेकर आज तक फिक्की की भी देश की विकास यात्रा में बड़ी भूमिका रही है.
India's economy, the world's fourth largest, soon to be third. Thousand years old and still being written. FICCI is its present chapter. The next one belongs to every Indian enterprise finding its place in the world. From Lothal's tidal docks to the Silk Road, from the guilds of the south to the Mughal merchants who invented the bill of exchange, this was a civilization that did not discover commerce, it invented it. Colonial rule made Indian merchants middlemen in their own land. They built steel anyway, bankrolled a freedom struggle. The thread did not break. In 1927, G.D. Birla and Purushottam Das Thakurdas did something that had never been done before. They brought Indian industry together. Fragmented by region, by trade, by colonial design, Indian enterprise had no unified voice. FICCI became that voice. It was India's first organized act of economic self-reliance. Swadeshi, not just a statement, but as a structure. The guild had become a federation. The thread, unbroken across 5,000 years, now had a name. FICCI was in the room through independence, through the planned economy, through the license Raj, through 1991. Through every chapter of India's economic story, the Federation held the line. It had not simply witnessed India's journey, it had helped chart it.
And one cannot deny that FICCI has played one of the most important roles right since the last 98 years in India's journey of independence.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत का लक्ष्य तभी सिद्ध हो सकता है जब फिक्की जैसे संगठन आगे आए.
It is one of the most influential body also for policy making.
आजादी के आंदोलन से लेकर आज तक फिक्की की भी देश की विकास यात्रा में बड़ी भूमिका रही है।
India's economy, the world's fourth largest, soon to be third. Its startups, the world's third largest ecosystem. None of this is an accident. The same instinct that pressed a seal into the wet clay at Lothal 4,000 years ago is at work today. FICCI, 1 year from its centennial, is the present chapter of this 5,000-year enterprise story. The road to Viksit Bharat runs through every boardroom, every field, every startup, and FICCI will be on it as it has always been. Behind every institution are the people who kept it alive. 99 presidents of FICCI, each one a keeper of the thread. India did not learn trade from the world, it taught it. That story is 5,000 years old and still being written. FICCI is its present chapter. The next one belongs to every Indian enterprise finding its place in the world. In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead
promoting Atmanirbharta through localization is about to begin. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly settle down, and also requesting our organizing team members to kindly invite all our guests, our delegates, our special invitees who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside the hall so that we can begin with our session. And we remind each one of us to kindly continue to keep your all electronic device on silent mode. Once again, requesting everyone present in the hall to kindly settle down as we're about to begin with our session. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Tidal docks to the Silk Road, from the guilds of the south to the Mughal merchants who invented the bill of exchange. This was a civilization that did not discover commerce, it invented it. Colonial rule made Indian merchants middlemen in their own land. They built steel anyway. Bankrolled a freedom struggle, the thread did not break. In 1927, G.D. Birla and Purushottam Das Thakurdas did something that had never been done before. They brought Indian industry together, fragmented by region, by trade, by colonial design. Indian enterprise had no unified voice. FICCI became that voice. It was India's first organized act of economic self-reliance. Swadeshi, not just a statement, but as a structure. The guild had become a federation. The thread, unbroken across 5,000 years, now had a name. FICCI was in the room through independence, through the planned economy, through the license Raj, through 1991. Through every chapter of India's economic story, the Federation held the line. It had not simply witnessed India's journey, it had helped chart it.
And one cannot deny that FICCI has played one of the most important roles.
Requesting everyone to kindly settle down as we're about to begin with our technical session 1 in hall number 6. May I request our organizing team members to kindly invite everyone who's outside the hall to kindly join us inside. Thank you. May I request everyone to kindly settle down as we are now about on silent mode during the proceeding of the session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that very successful inaugural session, we are now headed towards the technical sessions of the conference. In hall number 6, we welcome you to a discussion on medical device component manufacturing in India, promoting Atmanirbharta through localization. Ladies and gentlemen, a resilient domestic component ecosystem is essential for making India globally competitive in medical device manufacturing. This session will examine opportunities for increasing localization of critical components, reducing import dependence, and building integrated manufacturing ecosystem. The discussion will also focus on cross-sector collaboration with industries such as electronics, defense, automotive, precision engineering, polymers, and specialty materials. With those words, please join me as I request our honorable dignitaries to kindly join us onto the stage. May I invite the honorable chair of the session. May I request Honorable Joint Secretary, Sir, Department of Pharmaceutical, Government of India, Shri Aman Sharma ji, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. May we also request the esteemed panelists to join him. Requesting President and CEO of GE Healthcare South Asia and Managing Director Wipro GE Healthcare, Shri Chaitanya Saravate, to kindly join us. May I now invite Senior Managing Director and Country Head India Varex Imaging, Mr. Vivek Phale, Mr. Kaustav Banerjee, Chief Executive Officer Alchem MedTech, Dr. Kuldeep Singh Sachdeva, President and Chief Medical Officer Mol Bio Diagnostic Limited, Mr. Rajendra Rayana, Senior Vice President and Business Head, SPD Jindal Stain Stills. Mr. Mittal Shah, who is the Business Head, Medical Devices, Lubrizol, IMEA, to kindly join us onto the stage. And may I now request the moderator of this session, Managing Partner and CEO Praxis, Mr. Madhu Singhal, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly settle down with your electronic gadgets on silent mode. This is a session, technical session 1 on medical device component manufacturing in India, promoting Atmanirbharta through localization. And without any further ado, may I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Madhur Singhal, to kindly join us onto the podium and take over. The parallel sessions which are on, please let us know if you are interested in the other workshop. You have to go as per the program designated in your sheets. We are now about to begin with our session, and we wait for our moderator of the session. Once again, requesting everyone to quickly settle down, please. Thank you so much. And we would also request our organizing team members to kindly shut the exit door. This is just to ensure an uninterrupted flow of the event. We now begin by inviting our Honorable Chair of the session, Honorable Joint Secretary, Sir, Shri Aman Sharma ji. Sir, may we request you to kindly guide us with your words.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege for me to be a part of this panel discussion, and I think it's a very, very important subject that we are going to discuss and hear our experts on their opinion about how do we propel this country towards deepening of the value chain. And for that, as during the inaugural session, our Secretary of Pharmaceuticals has also mentioned that the components are the key to actually deepening the value chain and key to the success of the medical device sector in the country. Now, if we really want to manufacture for the world and be very competitive, not only in terms of pricing but also in terms of quality, then I think we need to get a hold of the component ecosystem as well. That would be important from the point of view, not only making our manufacturing more competitive, because that is how the cost is going to come down. And secondly, when we talk about medical devices, I think we are actually dealing with a very, very sensitive subject. And these devices, their performance, their safety actually depends on the components that actually go into their manufacturing systems. And if we have control over the components, I think we can really have control over the quality. And that is the reason why most of the successful companies, most of the big names that we hear in the medical device segment, they kind of have in-house manufacturing for all the critical components. And when we look at the Indian players in the high-end equipment in the medical devices segment, then there is a lot of dependency on sources which are outside the country. And I think many a times we really do not have any control over the quality, and of course the pricing is again determined by the market. But here I think the quality becomes a very, very important aspect. And if we are in a seller's market as far as the components are concerned, then sometimes we also might end up in a situation where the performance of the made in India equipments are adversely impacted because of the quality issues in the components. So the component manufacturing ecosystem has to come up in the country. Now, how it comes up, now that is a very, very important question, which I think we need to discuss it today and go into the nitty-gritties of it. We all understand when we go into the details, so devil lies in the details. So how do we develop it? Now, if somebody, we have for example, somebody from the MSME segment here who wants to invest in the components which are going to be used in the medical devices. Now, where does he start? How does he get an assurance that whatever he manufactures is actually going to find a market? So the investments have to yield a certain return on investment. ROI has to be there. Now, for that, yes, you have to have at the outset some understanding with the manufacturer of the medical devices that, okay, yes, we are going to consume the product that you're going to make. Now, how does the end user be assured that what component you are manufacturing is of the requisite quality or not? Secondly, whether you have the technology, right technology to produce that particular critical component of desired quality. Now, whether the technology is going to be given by the manufacturer of the medical device who has the technology for the entire product, or you are supposed to get the technology from elsewhere or develop it on your own. So I think these are the questions which, frankly speaking, we also are not very clear on. So we definitely need answers on that, because yes, government is going to continue support as far as the medical device sector is concerned, and in what format the support will come, that of course it will be clear in a few days' time. So components are going to be a very, very important part of the endeavor of the government to help deepen the value chain in the medical devices segment. Now, how do we support the component manufacturers? Whether those component manufacturers have to be standalone, who sell the component itself in the market, or the component manufacturing has to happen in-house by the medical device manufacturer. Now, if it is going to happen in-house, now how do we support the manufacturer? Because he's already getting maybe some kind of a support for the medical device, complete medical device also. So I think this is something which I am also very, very keenly looking forward to getting answers to these important questions. And that is how I think we can really devise a good scheme and bring in some good policy support, some kind of sales incentive, or maybe capital subsidy, whatever format the industry would be wanting to get the support. So these are the areas I think today we can discuss on, and rest, I think all the audience is also from the industry, so you would be in a better position to ask the right questions. So I would really request you and rather encourage you to ask all these important questions, because yes, the manner in which our medtech segment is going to go forward after 5 years, 10 years, where we are going to stand, I think it will depend on the discussion and the clarity of thought that we develop today. So thank you very much, and I look forward to a lot of discussion on this important aspect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us with your kind words and giving a really good start to the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as discussed, that this session will clearly identify, would try to identify the policy interventions, the investment opportunities, and the technology partnerships needed to strengthen India's component manufacturing capabilities. As we heard our Honorable Secretary Sir also talking in the morning, how it's very crucial for us to come together to have a future roadmap. We'll be shortly joined by our moderator of the session, but before that, may I request our honorable esteemed panel to kindly give us their own understanding of medical device component and manufacturing in India. How do we assess or understand the promotion of Atmanirbharta through this localization process? Maybe we can start with their own thoughts. Maybe request Mr. Chaitanya ji to kindly reflect on this topic.
I don't know whether you can hear me.
Is it audible?
Is it audible? Okay. So first of all, Mr. Aman Sharma, thank you very much for setting the course and the agenda for the session today. I think maybe I'll start by just giving maybe 30 seconds of GE Healthcare's journey through last 35 years, because there are a couple of highlights from there which will help for the component industry and people who are interested in the component industry. So GE Healthcare is a medical device manufacturer, one of the largest ones, and focused largely on capital equipment. So MRIs, CTs, interventional systems, etc. And we are present in India through 2 joint ventures. One joint venture is with Wipro, which obviously distributes and services medical devices, but also manufactures and has a very large engineering organization developing products. And the second joint venture is with Bharat Electronics, which manufactures components which are used by Wipro GE in the products that it manufactures. And the GE Bell component manufacturing company manufactures X-ray tubes, generators, and detectors. And not just for consumption by Wipro GE, but for exports all over the world. 85% of generators, for example, anywhere in the world are originating from the GE Bell factory here in India. Now, the insight from both these pieces, as we think about it, is first and foremost, focusing on just final assembly is a starting point. But over a period of time, we have to be able to deepen the amount of profit pool that is manufactured here in India in the entire medical device sector. That's a given. We do somewhere between 35 and 45% depending upon product in terms of local value addition. But our intent is to get to 75%. Now, if we have to get to that level, we had a choice, and the choice which is strategic choice, which is, do we want to do high volume, low cost components to manufacture, or do we want to do high value, high complexity, low volume components? And I think that's a choice which every component manufacturer is faced with. And fundamentally, that is where the first decision point comes in. Second decision point comes in is most component manufacturing requires capital. And I think I was very energized to hear that the government is potentially supportive of capital subsidies. But essentially, for component manufacturing, just a pure PLI may not work, because PLI waits for when the production goes out from the factory, and so the entrepreneur has to take a risk from the day one all the way to when the commercial manufacturing starts. And so I think a combination of capital subsidy and a PLI probably is a better way for component manufacturing, given the long qualification cycles. And then I think the third point is component manufacturing has to be not just consumed in India, but it has to be consumed outside, because you need scale. and which means that our regulatory ecosystem has to be suitable enough so that those components can actually be exported and used all across the world. Which means both harmonization as well as which means that it should be easy to bring the resident materials which are used in order to make those components. So I think those would be the 3 items, and that's where I wanted to highlight to the panel, and I'm sure people here will have different thought processes. But the reality from our journey is joint ventures with technology partners and patient capital, focus on high value components where there might be long qualification cycles, and then hopefully the enabling infrastructure which can come from government. So I'll pause there and maybe pass it on to people who are on this panel who might have additional insight.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. We have now been joined with the moderator of the session, Mr. Madhu Singhal, Managing Partner and CEO, Praxis. May I request you, sir, to kindly take forward the discussion.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Firstly, sorry for being a few minutes late. I think there was some little bit of rains and other things outside, so that got me stuck. But now I'm here. I'm delighted to be joined by a very eminent set of panelists today, and I'm not going to talk too much about some of their perspectives, but I wanted to at least show a little bit of data before we get into the panel. Quickly about me, my name is Madhur Singhal. I have been in management consulting for 22 years, a large part of it in healthcare. Specifically also in the last 10 years with Praxis as the CEO. We're very fortunate to do a lot of work in the medical devices space, broader healthcare space and so on. Before this, I was a partner at a firm . But really speaking, we look at Atmanirbharta a little more holistically, because it's about sufficiency. And it is about we being self-sufficient, not just in manufacturing, in technology, in R&D, in product development, in creating products that are local and locally suited. And a lot of the Atmanirbharta is not just about, Indian companies growing. It's also about a lot of MNCs coming and actually setting up manufacturing facilities and critical processes and procedures in India, leveraging Indian infra, Indian talent, Indian IP norms, protection, etc. And one of the topics that's been very close to my heart is this topic of health equity. We incidentally also do a lot of work around R&D with CRDMOs and CROs, clinical research organizations and so on. And it is very unfortunate that a lot of clinical research globally has happened on white Caucasian males. We are a nation of 1.4 billion people. We speak about the biggest diabetes population. We speak about cardiovascular. We speak about a lot of obesity and so on. But why are we not doing research which is actually more suited to our genes, where we come from, or the kind of body construct we have, the kind of environment we live in. Easy to talk about water quality and pollution and so on, but we, all of us as participants in the ecosystem, how do we promote research, that is relevant to the Indian ethnicity, and then from research, create products, patent technologies, manufacture products that are more suited. It's easy to talk about, our food is not so good, but how do we create a 10 rupee chocolate without sugar? Like, is somebody working on that? We all know that sugar is not so good. But bulk of our population, given our affordability, given the way our demographics is, can only afford 10 rupee chocolate or a 5 rupee chocolate. And if you don't have the 5 rupees chocolate or 10 rupees chocolate, then they have to go without chocolate. Now we know that that chocolate does not have cocoa powder, but is there possibility to still give them the joy of a chocolate, given the Indian reality? So I think with this sort of opening, broad construct and thematic around Atmanirbharta and self-sufficiency or sufficiency, I want to just present a few pages and bring the discussion back to medical devices, things that we were talking about. And, and thank you, Shri Aman Sharma ji, for having enlightened us with some opening remarks here. But I wanted to show a few data points before we then dive into the panel and navigate the discussion, with eminent panelists who are joined with us today. So if we go to the next page quickly, and we're going to keep the discussion focused on medical devices only. We're not going to go in pharma, we're not going to talk about healthcare broadly, we're not going to talk about healthcare delivery and so on. Now, the fonts are a little small, so apologies for that. But look, overall, we are growing. The medtech sector is growing big time. Not because we are consumers of medtech, that's probably unfortunate, but because there is a lot of manufacturing and research that is starting to happen in medtech, right? And if you look at some of the data, if you look at countries like Brazil, which are somewhat similar sized as us, if you look at countries like the US, which are 15 to 20 times the size of ours, there is a lot of room for us to go, given that we are 4 times the population, if not more, with some of these countries. Now, 5 things we are very excited about. We are very excited about the CAGR continuously outstripping our GDP growth. We're very excited about cost efficiency finally starting to be a reality. We're very excited about how we are as a country, the kind of construct and attractiveness to foreign investment we've been able to do, and the fact that MNCs feel comfortable bringing their IP and manufacturing their IP out of this country or within this country, right? And thereby we've created a pretty substantial and credible alternative to China. We're very excited about a lot of activism that we are seeing from the government, be it PLIs, which is attracting investments into scale capacities, be it, opening up FTIs in the sector very, very openly to fund research, to create products, to set up manufacturing capacities or whatever the case may be. And I think we're very proud that we have a lot of foreign players, MNCs, who are a part of this country, part of this ecosystem, who we are benefiting from, right? And they're succeeding in this market, for this market, and hopefully they're succeeding in this market, as a India out to the world, right? Because we, culturally have been very proud of that always. Now, you don't need to go through the data here. We will happily provide that, and there is a report launch that will happen tomorrow, which already has some of this also. But the medical devices in India, $16 billion opportunity in FY25, right? The previous slide compared the last year, but $16 billion across equipment, across consumables, across implants, and across patient aids and other devices. Now, we're growing rapidly. 11% CAGR, which I think is modest, will take us to a $26 billion number across these same metrics or same product segments that I spoke about. But and we look at medical devices again. We'll not present this. This is just the context setting, but we will be happy to do that. Now the ecosystem, right, just to sort of clarify and get everybody on the same page, we're not just talking about devices. There is actually, it takes a village to raise a medical device product perhaps, right? And that is what this chart sort of intends to show. You know, there is sourcing around materials, there is sourcing around electricals, you know, semiconductors, there is sourcing around optical components, right? So there is a lot of sourcing of individual components that then get into research institutions and products to create sub-assemblies or specialized components or specialized parts of medical devices that allow you to do testing better, to read a slide better, to assess a sample better, right? To be able to do a certain test despite lack of volume on a certain machine, right? And you have all these CDMOs that this goes to. And then finally, once you have the materials and the components, you know, that leads to sort of brands getting created, you know, brands who we are fortunate to be joined by today, you know, lots and lots of MNC brands and Indian brands who are then making this available to clinicians and technicians and ultimately to the benefit of the customers. So we are going to talk about the entire ecosystem today. You know, that is the intent. You know, this is just an example, just to illustrate what I mean. You know, this is a clinical chemistry example. You know, if you see the 5 modules, you know, advanced raw materials that go into, you know, this kind of steel, the kind of thermal materials that we need to do, bismuth telluride, etc., electronic inputs, engineering plastics, right, medical grade elastomers, right? These raw materials make their way into components such as mechanical, electrical, fluidic, optical, make their way into several sub-assemblies, which finally, you know, makes its way into a full-blown device. And as a country, we want to germinate and prosper, and we want to make this entire ecosystem flourish, not just become a trading colony at the top level, not just be a manufacturer or an assembly shop at the middle level. We want to make the entire ecosystem flourish. Only then can we truly become self-sufficient and Atmanirbhar in the way we've been talking about. We should be happy about it and not so happy about it. You know, the same thing that we were talking about. This is just a set of sub-assemblies. I've not even spoken about advanced materials and elastomers and polymers and so on. But we do, if you look at red is what we import fully as a country. Green is what we are manufacturing fully domestically in the country. It does not talk about whether it's an Indian company or an MNC company, it doesn't matter, besides the point, right? But a large proportion of our medical device manufacturing today is still imported. And in some cases, the import is because we don't have the patent. In some cases, the import is because we don't produce a certain grade of steel or aluminum, you know, a substantial cost advantage and therefore manufacturing competitiveness if we build this ecosystem locally. Now, what is exciting to me is, and that's what brings me to the panel, the timing is right. You know, if you see, you know, our import dependence is concentrated. There are only a few HS codes which we import. You know, so really we have a path. You know, we can prioritize a small set of high value components to truly become more self-sufficient. Secondly, we have capabilities of scale. Capability is not in just terms of capital, it's also people, right? You know, it also in terms of the kind of tooling that we can do, the kind of manufacturing, the kind of you know, shop floor talent, right? So we can do it. It's possible. And third, you know, a lot of policy support, which is then incubating and fostering investments. So I think the government, we're not going to go through PLI and, you know, who are the firms that are benefiting, but it's really MNCs as well as Indian companies who are really benefiting from the ecosystem. And I think overall, last page for today, the ecosystem overall is blossoming. And what you don't see here because of the font size, but a lot of Indian players are slowly but steadily gaining share. The good news is that they're not gaining share at the expense of the MNCs. They are making products and devices more affordable. They are playing a role in making the market expanded, which means making healthcare more accessible. And they're creating large enough businesses that will now find the right EU MDRs and US approvals and whatnot, to become or to create world grade products, global grade products, which will then create manufacturing capabilities which Indian companies as well as MNCs can utilize. So I think with that, I will move to the panel and benefit from their perspectives. They are the practitioners, and we'll love to hear from them on a very interesting discussion set that we have planned today. Thank you so much for giving me this time, and if you allow me, we'll start on the panel. So I think we've already, I hate to do this panel while I'm standing and everybody else is sitting, but we will attempt nevertheless. So, thank you so much, gentlemen, for sparing your time today. Have you already had a 1 to 2 minute round of introduction before? Only. So I don't think the mic is.
Hello.
I guess.
Hello.
Yeah, now you are.
Good morning. My name is Rajinder Rana and I represent Jindal Stainless Limited. I look after the special product division of that plant, which basically is in niche products. Niche product means like we are in automotive, we are in surgical equipments, surgical devices, steel, we are in aviation sector, we are in nuclear sector. Basically, the purpose of being a panelist over here is to basically apprise you that in our country also we are self-reliant to make products of stainless steel which are worth medical devices also, be it the hypodermic needles, be it the surgical knives, be it the implants and all these things. And I am very proud to speak about it since we are exporting most of the products in this, but in India there is a sort of I will say a lack of transparency or lack of awareness, which probably we think it's the right platform to basically talk about it and to have a fair amount of understanding with each other, so that we can also give you a glimpse at what we can produce, what we can make, and how we can collaborate with each other. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Vivek Falle. I represent Varex Imaging India. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel, and I am privileged to sitting next to Chaitanya, and I spent about 24 years in GE. Okay, and GE is in my blood, and after leaving GE, I am here in about 16 years with then Varian and now Varex. Varian Medical System is 70 plus years old, one of the first X-ray tube and flat panel detector manufacturing company. We operate that time from Salt Lake City, Utah, USA. About 6 to 7 years back, we thought that we should expand our network to the other countries. So Varian has, that time Varex has, researched and surveyed a lot of other countries, China, Philippines, Netherlands, so many things, and finally including India. And finally they concluded that we should set up something in India. Okay, so that means there is a trust on the Indian talent, there is a trust on the Indian infrastructure, and there is a trust on the Indian market also. Okay, and we are really privileged to have the X-ray tube first X-ray tube manufacturing factory outside USA. We have other centers, but we are only assembling the tubes and panels. Manufacture the complete X-ray tube, including the glass valves, insert manufacturing, housings, heat exchangers, panels, everything. Okay. Then we decided, we currently have the two setups. One is in Visakhapatnam, which is already active since September 25. We already started manufacturing the flat panel detectors and shipping to local and the global market. Another factory we have in Pune, which is getting operational by early 2027. It's about 7.5 acres, a big land parcel, and we have everything there. Okay, we have the capability of doing everything over there. Okay, so thank you so much. I will just conclude with the sentence that the first chapter of Make in India was about assembling the products. The next chapter should be about mastering the technologies and components that define these products, that where India's long-term global competitiveness will be built. Thank you.
Thank you. Chaitanya, we'll skip you if you don't mind. Shri Aman Sharma ji, everybody knows with his permission we are doing this panel discussion, so we'll skip you if you don't mind also. You've already spoken. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Structural heart. Inorganically and organically. Organically, the ortho business we started. Inorganically, we started the cardiovascular. And in 2 years' time, we now have 4 manufacturing sites. A couple of them in Europe and 2 in India. We have 200 odd patents of our own, which we have built over the years, as well as inorganically acquired many. We have also set up a R&D center, in Europe and one in India. And we have a clinical site in the US as we speak, which is in Minnesota, and that's a place where you have very good quality, I would say, animal lab. So that's a very large undertaking Alkem has taken, and we have built this organization from scratch. And our intent is to do as much as we can in terms of manufacturing from India. And if I really see this 2 years journey has been very, very significant in building that brand for us globally, and the other company in the cardiovascular space, which is already having access to high entry barrier markets. So as I said, we took 2 approaches. One is to start with high entry barrier markets like US, Japan, Western Europe and Australia. And the other one we are building organically through going and building the regulatory pathway across the globe. So that's it for us. But as I said, we are still a startup.
Great. Yeah, just a short intro so that, and then we'll get on with the questions.
I'm Dr. Kuldeep Sachdeva. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Malbio Diagnostics. Malbio Diagnostic is a point-of-care diagnostic company founded in the year 2000. The first 17 years of this company went into R&D and developing our product. So we are actually a product of the ecosystem which JS is currently trying to develop. And we were fortunate enough that the ecosystem also started growing. As the Malbio was growing, the ecosystem also started sort of supporting new startups, new organization, etc. And I'm here testify that all our growth has been actually supported through our stakeholders and the entire ecosystem, both Indian and the global. So our first product was rolled out in the year 2017. So we have point-of-care miniaturized PCRs on a platform called TrueNat, which can do about 50 odd assays for both infectious and non-infectious diseases. Now we are diversified into many other platforms, but with the basic theme that we'll only look at point-of-care solutions for the public health, and bring solution closer, as close to patients and community as possible. So we now have an X-ray range, which includes a digital handheld X-ray and also other which can be used in the hospitals. We have a digital pathology which can digitize your slides, interpret them with AI, and also put them in cloud, and you can have a simultaneous opinion of by multiple clinicians and pathologists with that. We also have now screening devices for breast cancer. Again, point of care, you can carry the device anywhere. All our devices except Optoscan actually can be carried into any settings and done in any settings, including this room. So that's the basic philosophy with which the Malboy is working. And again, thanks to Department of Pharmaceuticals for giving us the opportunity to be here, and also thanks to the entire ecosystem for helping us grow and flourish.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mittal Shah. I have spent around 12 years in medical devices, which is around half of my professional career. I work for an organization called Lubrizol. Lubrizol is a specialty chemicals company owned by Berkshire Hathaway. It's around 100-year-old company. We've been in India for more than 60 years, so we proudly consider ourselves as an Indian company. In medical devices, globally, Lubrizol provides medical grade thermoplastic polyurethane for in-body application, and we also have contract manufacturing for catheter components and fully assembled catheters, mainly for minimally invasive procedures and in-body implants. In India also, in past 12 years, we've been working with a lot of Indian OEMs, providing them with world-class technology in components, where then they can migrate imported finished devices into locally made finished devices. And I was very happy to hear Mr. Sharma talk about it now, and Mr. Joshi speaking about it earlier. I think Lubrizol is very focused at filling that gap of technology, which is there in country for medical devices, where we are bringing world-class material and manufacturing technologies in India. And in past 10 so years, we have proved that provided those are accessible to Indian ecosystem, the ecosystem is capable to adopt them quickly and turn them around to very, very successful locally manufactured devices. Very excited to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, everyone. We'll kick the proceedings then. Maybe we'll start with Dr. Kuldeep. I wanted to actually kickstart and talk about, you do a lot of point of care devices in the entire point of care devices ecosystem. Can you tell us, what is localized, what is pending localization, what is the real opportunity, and and what stops us from getting there, or what do we need to do to get there?
On this, the point of care diagnostic industry is still in a phase where it is developing currently. The market in India and outside is not very big or very great at the time moment, but it's growing exponentially. So that's what you refer to as CAGR.
Yeah.
Our CAGR has been quite good for last few years. I mean, it's far exceeding the normal CAGR. Having said that, still the volumes remains very low, and if we were to refer to backward integration or components, and so I'll refer to what Chaitanya said. So there are low volume value-added products, components, and there are sort of high volume and low cost products. So our industry and our company is almost 80% indigenized in terms of components also, some of which we are doing in-house. Some we have to import because there are no currently available manufacturers in the country, and that is semiconductors, ceramic wells, and so on. Some components we do import from outside. So we have reached an 80% localization. Well, what worries me for the low volume and high value components, for IVD industry in particular, there is not enough scale for component manufacturers to actually come there, because the industry itself is growing. They don't have a scale we can give back that scale to the component manufacturers. And that is where probably DOP will have to think through how do you actually, the replacement will be well appreciated. They'll have to match the quality of, which is a global quality. Also look at scale for those component manufacturers. So MSME and other manufacturers will not be interested to actually come if there is not scale. Second is, you talked about health equity, and inherent in health equity is your pricing. If you do a public health pricing or a pricing which is affordable to the community, the pricing for components also becomes a challenge then. Can then MSMEs or new players produce components at a price for which there will be willingness to pay for the manufacturers? So an important component for this industry, particularly IVD, will also be willingness to pay by the manufacturers. So the DOP will have to work around that. How do you balance willingness to pay with the indigenization and promoting components, specifically of IVD, but all those high volume, low value products we have already indigenized, and that's possible to do that within the IVD industry. But critical components will still need a hard thinking.
And maybe with that, Chaitanya, if I can invite you to this, are we talking about, scintillator crystals kind of things? Are we talking about, precision electronics? Like, talk to us a bit more about your experience and what do you think, what inhibits us and how can we plug the gap that we are really pointing out here?
Fair. So I think let's talk about very specific technologies which have significant value addition in the end device. Okay. Typically, there are three problem statements that you face. The problem statement number one is it is almost always IP protected. Problem statement number two, it is almost always dependent upon certain materials which you have to have access to. And problem statement number three is the capital and the life cycle of the capital when it converts into revenue. Those are the three problem statements that it faces. And the third problem statement is interconnected, which means either you have to have a clarity on how long the capital life cycle is, or you have to have a certainty of demand from a end manufacturer as well, right? So one of those three problem statements you face. And so the way to solve that problem, or the way I think that problem can be solved, is we have to be willing, or the industry locally has to be willing to get into joint ventures or technology partnerships with manufacturers of those components elsewhere who are searching for potential ways to reduce their cost of manufacturing. And that's the way to be able to get access to the technology and the know-how or the patents and so on and so forth. I think that's the first one. Second one, on the side of certainty of demand or capital, and I think that is where the DOP or the Indian government in general can be a good enabler, which is both capital subsidy and PLI, or a combination of that, which allows them to be able to bridge that gap between starting versus when the volume will be realized. And I think the third one is it requires scale, because those joint venture partners are coming here, or the capital requires scale, which means it cannot be dependent only on Indian market consumption. It has to depend upon outside of India market consumption. And so every barrier which prevents us from going to that global market has to be removed, and it has to be enabled. So I think those would be the three areas that I would say, but it is doable. We started with GE Bell 35 years ago, and it is scaled up very nicely. It is able to get those components, it is able to get the technology from GE, it is able to get the local ecosystem now being built, it's able to keep scaling. And just to give you I think I have said this before, so GE Bell started about 30 years ago. Obviously, initially IRR returns are high, they go lower over a period of time, but over a 30-year period, if you get 25-26% IRR return, it's a good investment. And so that's if you're willing to do that, then that is the payoff that is feasible.
Rajita, you will be able to talk about, you hopefully benefit from the upstream demand on the materials, right? And the grades of steel and processing and, precision processes. Are you seeing this in your business already? Or, we are still hitting a few roadblocks that need intervention?
Let me first tell you that we basically are at the upstream level for these medical components, if we see. And stainless steel plays a very vital role in most of the medical components. So if you talk about the hypodermic needles, surgical knives, you talk about the orthodontal or orthopedic equipments and all these things, we are producing these grades But the problem in India is probably the lack of, I think, sharing of knowledge, lack of awareness, because most of the things are being imported in the country. So I will say, we have to see that what the facilities we have developed for the upstream as well as for the downstream level, because we know the stainless steel which are used in the medical fraternity needs a good cleanliness level, a high precision level quality, and that is where we can be a partner to that, because we already are supplying some of the material directly or indirectly in the market, but the platform, a right platform is required for this so that the OEM suppliers, their partners, and the component manufacturer can work hand in hand so that we can just apprise them that how capable we are and how we can be partner to them.
Vivekji, as you spoke about plants in Visakhapatnam, Pune, etc., and so, there's a new plant coming up. As you were trying to build the supplier ecosystem and the downstream or upstream, that's probably a better way to think about it. Did you face challenge? Did you have to localize or indigenize suppliers from your global ecosystem, and only then could things work out, or how are you seeing this transition?
Yeah. We were trying to localize. We are trying to work with the suppliers. One issue is coming up very, very seriously, that see the volume what we get, because these suppliers is not only specific to the medical devices suppliers. These are mainly from the auto industry. They are mainly from the other industry where the volume plays a big role. Okay, for us, volume is a problem. We cannot give that volume to them. Okay, that's one problem, because then they cannot be competitive with us. Another problem is we have to give them the equipments, the testing equipment, the building equipments, which is costing quite a high amount of capital. Okay, which is a bit, because we already have some suppliers outside India where we already invested over there. So we need to reinvest again in this area with this supplier, and then that becomes a bit issue for us. But then we are doing that. So we wanted the policymakers to give us a support for building such an ecosystem in India.
Got it.
Okay.
And Mittalji, I'll move the discussion to you, because you're on the reagent side, the same upstream, but not stainless steel, but really specialty chemicals that go into a lot of the diagnosis and other things. Talk to us about on the chemical side. Do you see similar opportunities and challenges, or is your experience in working with players like Molbio or other IVD manufacturers, is that different?
So the polymers that we provide are mostly going into medical devices, mainly in-body application. So we are not into diagnostics, but we are more into procedures. For us, when we look at materials, I think for medical devices industry, what is very important is that we have material that is proven to be safe and effective in procedures, which means that we want to bring material and technologies that are being used across all the developed economies in products that are there for a very long time. The challenge that we face when we bring those products to India is, again, what have been already talked about, that these are small volume, very high value. But I think in my personal experience, there is a significant appreciation within the industry to accommodate these products, because they basically define the performance of the devices. Now, on the quality side, these are materials that are being used everywhere, so we are able to bring that confidence, and I think that helps with the device manufacturer to take the jump and start using those polymers in localizing the devices.
Kaustav, I wanted to just talk about you are a 2-year-old enterprise. Now, as you put your supplier ecosystem together, how is the quality of what we're producing in India different than, where did you have to make trade-offs in going for Indian providers versus global providers? Yeah. Your mic is not open.
So let's take orthopedic. Orthopedic, I'll be very specific on load-bearing joints. Let's not bring trauma, spine, all of those into the conversation, because the requirement will be very, very different. So there are 4 elements to the whole problem. One is definitely the design, where you do R&D or put R&D on steroid, you do a tech transfer, all of that you can do. Then comes your material that you use. Raw material, if you want to become a global component supplier, you will have a challenge in India to supply, because even today if I ask how many manufacturers are giving stainless steel 316 LVM, you won't find. They'll all give L. That works in India, globally that will not be accepted. So we need standard, and we don't want to, and some of the challenges we are also facing, the global, those large companies are saying non-Chinese sources, right? Now I'm talking about the raw material. Let's come to the second point, where we make process choices. Now when I say process choices, for a load bearing joint, one of the choice that we make for heat treatment is a process called hipping. Now trust me, we send our devices to US for hipping, bring it back to India.
Wow.
Because I don't believe India don't have the capability. India have the talent, because there is no reason to believe the nearest segment to orthopedic large bearing joint is automobile industry. The nearest segment is the aerospace industry, right? But still, and they're the largest component supplier to the global supply chain for these industries. But we still don't have hipping process done in India. Now come to the fourth point of orthopedic component manufacturing. I'm just talking about knee only. I'm not going to hip now. You have surface coating requirement. Now, if you want to do what is commonly called gold coating, now titanium, niobium, nitride coating, you have to send it to Germany. You bring it back from Germany, get it coated. Now, these are choices you make. Now, it's a question whether you want to launch these products, and if you want to really become a supplier to a global enterprise who is selling products globally, because that's a huge opportunity Indian companies can look at as a CDMO also.
Yes.
Because casting is something always sourced by an orthopedic company from outside. Take any of the bigger global names, they source casting from outside. And India, we have not been able to, in fact, many years back, till the time the ASTM standards were not so well developed, a lot of casting units from Coimbatore used to supply to US. But of late, what we are seeing, we don't have these basic choices available in India to be a supplier of a quality device that would be necessary for even so today the devices what we are doing, we are introducing the same product into India as well as outside. So we are taking the heat of the cost, hoping that these processes will come in. I'll tell you another problem in the process choices. Many of you will talk about casting, but all the casting that happens largely in the marketplace, they will be investment casting. Rarely you will have vacuum casting happen. That would be a handful of suppliers in the marketplace. So I think our system is already there. This ecosystem needs to be a little bit given a push to make sure that we can resolve this problem to become a global supplier. Because as our former secretary mentioned, that for us to become a sizable big company, and for me also for becoming material to Alchem, if I want to become 10% of Alchem's revenue, I have to get to 1,500 crore as quickly as possible, right? For us to get there, I can only do it if I have the global market open for me, even as a component supplier.
Got it. No, I think I'll go back to Mittalji again for a minute. In chemicals, this whole cross-sector, cross-industry, cross-technology collaboration and scale is very important. You see it in chemicals all the time, and then you adapt chemicals for different applications. In India, are you seeing that scale happen, or are we still mostly a traded economy when it comes to chemicals and some of these conversion processes, and we are still getting there, even taking all sort of sectors and technologies into account?
I think there is a slight nuance there which I would like to bring. When we talk about specialty chemicals, I think India is relatively small volume market, and that's why one has to look at global scales. Most of these chemicals are made even globally at one place. So none of the global markets are also big enough. You have to always look at cross market volumes. But then the way I look at it, I think there is, in some way adding to what Kaustav mentioned earlier, there is also a need to look at the processing capabilities for these chemicals. So again, when we talk about very critical devices, volume being small, in India, the processing capabilities are not much there. And that also gets compounded when different devices need different kind of processing specialty. So even for a processor like ourselves, we really have to look at very broad spectrum capabilities to fill the volumes. And that becomes a challenge. And that's why we don't see a lot of independent contract manufacturer in India so far. Lubrizol has taken a step. We have recently invested in an extrusion company that we commissioned last month, which is focusing on these critical components for the in-body catheter application. Now there, we have to combine both local market and global market to make sure that we are able to bring our global technologies and we are getting a good ROI. So I think that's what I would suggest.
Yeah, Chaitanya, if I can bring the discussion to you a little bit. See, we spoke about government intervention, PLI, and some of the good stuff that is going on. The fundamental essence underlying the PLIs has been scale capacity creation and scale investments. What we're talking about here is processing. We're talking about precision machining. We're speaking about different grades of steel. We're speaking about conversion of certain chemicals and so on. That will probably never fall in the ambit of PLI because the scale, even cross-sector scale, will probably not happen. So is there, I'm almost thinking on the fly, do we need some sort of an MSME PLI so that the benefits can flow down through the chain that we spoke about? But just one idea, but we'd love to hear more from you.
Yeah, so I think maybe two alternatives, right? So you have two problems. One problem is you have a MSME who has to invest in R&D upfront and wait for product development to fructify to commercialization. So that risk has to be somehow taken away. Either that risk has to be taken away because they are not putting in the capital for R&D, or there is a assured offtake by a manufacturer from them. One of the two has to be there, right? And I think the third element to that is, are they going to be low enough cost that they will be procured in large quantities by end manufacturers, not just for Indian supply, but for global. So I think that's essential. And so the way I think about it is that any MSME who wants to get into component supply, the better starting point for them is to be able to get some technology from a partner elsewhere so that their R&D cost goes down. Some modification is required, and that is where capital subsidy comes in. And then having qualified cycles with end customers so that they have assured supply, and then PLI. That would be the way that I would go about it.
This is very interesting. This, another way, Rajat, if I talk about that, we spoke about steel and the certain grades of steel and the precision machining to create components or other items needed. Is there a case to be made for Indian MNCs getting created, you acquiring capacity outside, some of those capacities are not available. We're sending stuff to Germany and US apparently, but how do we create Atmanirbharta? Yes. And what is stopping us from bringing us here? And what is stopping Indian manufacturers from going out and plugging these gaps?
So before answering this question, I would like to answer Mr. Banerjee, what you were talking about, the grade 316 LVM. So it's not like LVM is a vacuum melted. Vacuum melted means that we have to make the steel very clean. So it's a technology which is being used in Germany or something like that. And the technologies have been upgraded. So technologies have been come in vacuum melting, technologies have come up with ESR facilities. That is where Jindal have invested. And what I was discussing earlier also, we are invested in the upstream as well as in the downstream area. Upstream means that we know the criticality of the quality of the implants, we know the criticality of quality of the other medical equipments and all these things, which require a very, I will say, no inclusion levels out there. So if we compare 316L and 316 LVM, LVM is nothing, is a vacuum melted. But we have to understand the chemistry part, we have to understand the inclusion level, we have to understand the composition. And if it is matching, it is going to work. So that type of, I think, understanding is to be required parallelly with OEMs, with medical component manufacturers, that this is the product which is an alternate and substitute and I will say cost competitive also, and which will basically adhere to the purpose of all these things.
Your point is taken, but the fact is it is not a choice of the OEM or the company, it is the choice of the regulators. Is at the moment you look at, if you have to supply to the US or markets in Europe, you have to refer to the ASTM standards.
Yes.
You don't have this problem in India because India has still not adopted ASTM standards.
Yes.
Right? We have our own standards where we are okay with LVM, 316L versus LVM. But if you want to become a global component supplier, so either you make the regulator change it and give them enough clinical data, give them comfort, or else, you have to figure out a way to meet that requirement.
No,
that's the point.
you are right, because when you have to export them, they will just confine it that it should be LVM. So my point is only to basically ensure that it is the same grade, what we are making. But the thing is that the configuration is different. So, but anyways, I am talking about what you asked about, the grades like duplex, the grades like high chromium, which are used in medical components, all these things. This can be manufactured, and we have started all this in Jindal Stainless since we knew that these things are going to come in the country. Being a largest player in the stainless steel in the country, we were initially in the commodity sector. But now the special product division is catering the market of these niche products out there. Whether it is surgical, whether it is razor blades, whether it is implants and all these things. But yes, definitely we have to get a sort of, I will say, a platform where all the OEM manufacturers, where all, I think, the OEMs and the suppliers are together and they understand each other and they basically facilitate the things. The government has to facilitate this so that there is a common understanding among each other and we can be a participant in all these things.
It's very interesting. Kuldeep ji, I'll come to you, and maybe this is a question that is then open to everybody. We have not spoken about academia yet, or academia industry, but we're speaking about research, we're speaking about development. But we have IITs and we have many other institutes of eminence. Have you personally, seen any research or any academia collaboration or a partnership, work out well, or do you at least have suggestions on what could be done in that regard? And I would then open this up to others also. It's a topic very close to my heart. In America, a lot of this actually germinates from academia and not from the industry or from the government.
Yep. So one point is given that you have to involve academics into research, R&D, if you want to indigenize local products. And also then if you want to take them to scale, commercialize, etc., the academia has to be there. And also what they call is valleys of death. If you want to avoid those valleys of death, you have to sort of also train academia on how to produce products which can actually be commercialized. So academia generally, so it's a collaboration which is both ways required. We have been working with academic institutions since the beginning. So universities, colleges, and also not in India and abroad also. So we also have few products which are developed by universities abroad, and then we are sort of validating them here. They are undergoing clinical performance evaluation. Having said that, what India needs, and this is again our sort of suggestion, that we need to develop courses for medtech which are needed by the industry. So you have a lot of courses for pharma industry. You have none for the medtech industry. So you have bachelor's in pharmacy, master's in pharmacy, so on and so forth. There's nothing for medtech industry. So it's all by trial and error. People do various subjects. They'll do microbiology, pathology, biotechnology, and then come to industry, and then industry trains them, upskills them, and they learn by trial and error, etc. There is a cost to it for the industry also. So you need academic institutions, you need institution which can upskill. DOP has a skill council, they work with skill council, but still that needs to be scaled up. And also skill is different, academics is different, you need a combination of both. And we see that developing now. Even we have seen now hybrid courses, engineering and medicine, medicine and technology, etc. So there is a lot of need for interdisciplinary learning, and academics need to be involved in that. If you actually want to go global, think global, offer products which are of global scale and meet those quality standards.
Costa ji, I have a question for you. You spoke about ASTM standards, and I'm connecting
ASTM,
this. Generally, sort of any kind of internet. Is it possible to create global scale products in India, barring some of the innovations we spoke about?
100%. You can do that. As I said, India has the talent, India has the capability. As I said, we are doing work for aerospace, we are doing work for, precision automobile. So precision engineering doing is not an issue. But in fact, I will give you an example relating to your academia. I will tell you one of the fastest IP we have filed by commissioning a 10 engineers from IIT Mumbai. And we filed 2 IPs. The product will be launched in next 1 month's time. They are surgical power tools. And that is going to compete with the biggest players in the marketplace. So that's the kind of talent we have in India. We need that enabling ecosystem. And there are, and also academia, one of the suggestions I always make is that while developing product is good in isolation, but before creating a product prototype, also think about market prototyping. Because if you do a market prototype, you understand what is needed. Then if you build the product, you will have partners to
Far
collaborate.
better success. Right.
Otherwise, it will happen. It will be built in isolation. It is very near and dear to you because you have spent your sweat and blood to build that. It will not find the light of the day.
Got it. Chaitanya ji, from a global MNC standpoint, are you seeing Indian academia partnerships be of any help? And what's the experience like, and how can we foster it more?
So first of all, we partner with Indian academic institutions quite significantly. So we have almost a 15-year partnership now with Indian Institute of Science. We have maybe 12, 14 years with Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai, so on and so forth. So, and there is a very specific piece that happens. It initially starts off as you have a research project, can you do something about it? Then it goes to students who want to come to your technology center and get some experience. Then it goes to professors wanting to come for sabbatical. And then it becomes essentially a circular system. And now it has reached a situation where a portion of the product development component goes to academia in order to be able to do it. Obviously, to the point made earlier, academic product development or academic component development or anything along those lines is typically, if it remains a research project, it becomes very narrowly focused. And so this kind of industry collaboration is the only way that it can actually ensure that it translates into a commercial product. And I think that would be the best suggestion. We have to do more to build these partnerships further, but it is an investment with a 10-year horizon. That's the way we see it.
Vivekji, what would be your sort of one sort of the highest priority thing, or one thing that needs to truly be done to foster industry academia partnerships, or even otherwise more broadly foster research of the kinds we are talking about? What needs to be done?
See, we are quite new to the Indian environment. So we already have some types in US with many of the renowned research institutes. Here we are also started. We got some sort of implant training program where the top talent initially for the software development. We also have the division for the software development. So we got some talents from the various renowned universities where we are giving them training and giving them the projects about. So, but definitely this will definitely work for the engineering projects also. Okay, so we will look into that.
So I think, I want to also leave, can we leave 10-15 minutes for question answers later? That's okay? 5 minutes, okay. So I would just, try to at least take one closing remark from everybody. We start from the other end, given we started introductions from here. Just what would success look like? What should we, as an ecosystem here, take as one goal, like your personal goal? Like what would you want to see? What would success be? And that's the same question for everybody, so everybody has an unfair advantage. But yeah, Mr. Ju, how would you define success?
I think for me, success for Indian medtech, whether component or devices, would be if we are able to improve the patient care in India with devices that are made to suit the Indian patient and practitioner requirement. I think that is where we will turn the industry around to be more of self-sufficient, Atmanirbhar in true sense. Thank you.
Perfect.
So, to me on Malbaya, the success would be if you can offer Indian products at scale and meeting the criteria of health equity to the global world.
That's if you don't offer scale, I think that true Atmanirbharta or self-reliance will not be there. So you have to have Indian products which meet global standards. Standards have to be global, and you have to work for both India and the globe. That would be a success for us.
For me, success will be like, say, as I said, brand building can take 15 years globally, but our faster route to success in medtech, see us as a engineering company and allow us to make exports to, to all the global OEMs who can source the components and make it globally available. So we will be part of the entire ecosystem. May not be as a brand in the beginning, but it's a good start if we can reverse the import of the sub-assemblies and components into India, for example.
I like simple. So 50-50-50. So which means 50 billion exports plus local market. 50% of that is value added in India. And 50% of that are products which originated in India, designed in India. That would be the 50-50-50. That would
Excellent.
be
For me, for India, actually, import substitution may be the starting point. Value creation is the journey. Global competitiveness is the destination. That is the path that will define India's next decade for the medical industry. And we are really working on that. Just to give you one of our success story, we have developed a supplier which is near Pune. And now this journey is about 3 to 4 years back. And that supplier is supplying about 70% of the component which is required to our US factory. Okay. So we are on that path.
Excellent.
Thank you.
For me, success will be when we create an ecosystem where we collaborate with OEMs, with component manufacturers and the suppliers together to understand the issues, how to basically resolve those issues, and how to be indigenous in this. That's what I can say.
Excellent. No, thank you. We still have, we're managing time. We still have 15 minutes for the Q&A. So yeah, I saw this hand raised first. Please, is there a microphone? We have time for more questions. So we'll start with him and then we'll come to you if you don't mind. No, I think you're loud enough.
So I'd just like to supplement what I've been hearing from experienced people on the dais over here. I think from my perspective, let me introduce myself. I'm Rajiv Nath. I'm the foreign coordinator for IPEC, Association of Indian Medical Device Industry. I also have my own company, which is medical devices. And we practically make our own components and we can also raw materials. I normally find 3 challenges for this whole thing of indigenization. Why we don't have it in why we don't have it in now the starting point is business case. We have a economic structure, tariffs which are so low, you're talking about subsidizing the model. You don't subsidize the automobile industry, you don't subsidize the mobile phone industry. It's a business case. People will invest money where they find money. So make it a business model, people will come and invest money. They'll make components, make the medical device. But if you keep the tariff so low, then it's not worthwhile. If the tariff of the medical device is going to be lower than that is of the component, you have an inverted duty system. So we have a strong position over here regarding first and foremost tariff. The second point of correction that we need to do is convenience. Our regulatory system is that it's simply more convenient to import a medical device because his factory overseas is not being inspected. Indian factory is being inspected next 2 years. Number 2, when you talk about giving the manufacturing license under the new system, we give manufacturing license to somebody who just will import, label it, pack it, sterilize it. The person who has actually manufactured the product and the more components he makes, the more indigenization he's trying to do, finds it more difficult. So for example, if I have to make a medical device, I'm just going for packing, sterilizing. I will just show the catalog of my supplier. I'll just show his COA, and on that basis, I can get my regulatory approval in the first inspection itself. But if I'm making the components, my regulator is going to ask me, prove to me you're using polycarbonate. Prove to me you're using PES. Prove to me you're using stainless steel 316 LVM. Now, I don't have the capacity and capability of testing equipment in my factory to prove to him that. I'm just relying upon a global supplier to give me certificates. Regulator doesn't want that. He wants to see testing being done in my factory to prove that what I'm using is what I'm claiming to be. So it becomes a challenge. So to make that backward integration, we have created a problem where the regulatory system is not allowing us to go forward. So for example, if I have to buy your product into my medical device, becomes a huge challenge on my syringes needles for the silicone or the tubing or whatever. Whereas if I just buy the tubing from a competent supplier, your own factory, for example, in Ireland or in Finland, I've got no such issue. We've created our own problems by tariff and regulatory systems where we are blocking our manufacturing to go forward. Thank you.
Good. No, I think, yeah, there's a question there, I think. Thank you, Rajivji, for your remarks. Yeah. We'll try to focus on questions specifically to panelists, for this session. Yeah.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. My name is R.K. Das, Director USDP. We engage with policy decisions. So we are talking of manufacturing, component manufacturing. And this is about critical components. Critical components involve very precious metals and some rare earth materials. We have raw materials on all these, but for processing we send it to foreign countries. And we are living in a time when EV market is expanding.
Yeah.
We are also manufacturing semiconductors, where rare earth materials, these precious metals will be widely used. So how do we will claim our share? That means the essential industry, which is medical industry. How we are going to press the government to earmark certain percentage for medical industries so that the rare earth materials, the precious metals can be available with a discounted prices. This is my.
Yeah. So is this a question to somebody in the panel, or is just you wanted to flag this point?
Now, are you going to press for government particularly? How to earmark the percentage that will be available to the medical industry?
Sure.
That is
Sure.
my.
Any questions to the panelists? Is this a question to the panelists? Okay, yeah, we'll go to that gentleman here in the blue coat.
Hi, my name is Preetham Sinha and I lead a consulting firm. I have 25 years of experience with strategic consulting in healthcare space. Currently, I'm helping most of the Chinese companies. They have formed a consortium when they want to reach to a particular countries like Middle East or Africa, and the companies of China, Korea, Taiwan, they make a consortium and they reach out to the consultant like us, and this is how we reach to the market. Do you have something like that in India where all the companies they put together and they hire a particular consultant, and so that I can offer a bouquet of services to different buyers? So this is what would help you in increasing the economies of scale. Do you have something like that, or every company moves at its own pace and speed?
Yeah, no, I think it's a combination. I'll not let this go to the panel, but I think, there are enough forums, and this is one of them. There are many, many industry bodies and associations who actually, form as a funnel towards this. There are many industry bodies who are also sort of talking about how to pool resources and create more activism at the industry level. So I do think, but of course, more could be done there. But I'm very specifically do you have a question which is specific to the discussion to the panelists? Yeah, okay. So.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Abhishek Chokse, founder of Jamna Health Tech, and we have built a device, Anvation, which is a point-of-care device. So my specific question that what is the say on point-of-care devices, which is like which has certain things which is actually required in India, where the doctors and diagnoses are missing in the rural areas, and most of the transits in India. Firstly, and secondly, how what's the say for the infusion of funds in this from government and from the private sectors?
Anybody in the panel, especially Kuldeep ji, do you want to comment on point-of-care devices and how they're picking up?
Point-of-care devices market in India is fragmented.
Yeah.
Clearly, hospitals don't are very likely to procure point-of-care devices because they have high throughput devices. And point-of-care devices being in the periphery, being point-of-care, are low throughput. hospitals can process 100, 200, 300 samples in an hour. Point of care device will process max 16 to 20 samples in an hour. So you have to work with that. First, define your market segmentation. If you are in point of care, your more market segmentation is towards public health, individual practitioners, small clinics, small hospitals, emergency setups of large hospitals. That is also your market. So define your market well, and then you proceed with that. How governments can help, I'll leave it to the Mr. Aman Sharma to respond to that. But then that's the market you should look at.
Sir, infusion of funds also.
Infusion of funds also, you can also always look at private funding. So government funding, again, I'll leave it for the government functionaries to respond.
I think we have a question here. Yeah.
I'm Anjan Bose, former president of Philips Healthcare and Consumer Lifestyle, and the founding chairman of, in fact, FICCI's Medical Device Forum, which is hosting this conference. So very enriching discussion, but I just have sort of lack of clarity about what are the top, say, 2 or 3 challenges today in terms of the topic itself, medical device component manufacturing in India, promoting Atmanirbharta through localization. So it's things like, I'm looking for Chaitanya or Kaustav, ease of doing business. Sort of in the end, there was a lot of depth in the discussion. So at the leadership level, I'm looking forward to some top 2 or 3, which Mr. Amanji can carry to the government, and of course he himself is at a lead position. What are the top 2, 3 that we will request the government to look at for the next 1 year? Let's not look at 10 years or 5 years. This is my question, Madhu.
No, thank you, Anjana.
I think the top 2 would be capital support for supplier, number 1, subsidy or something along those lines, or PLI or a combination of that. And the second one is regulatory arteriosclerosis to be removed. Those are the 2 things.
I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah. Anybody else wants to add?
Since I mentioned Kaustav,
I would also like to add.
Because you two have seen both sides, a lot.
I think Kuldeep ji was trying to say something. We'll come to you, Kaustav ji. Yeah.
No, so the top challenges is also validation and clinical performance evaluation. So that's one, to which most departments try to help, but that still that system is fully evolving. Second challenge is on testing and your equipment, your raw materials, your spare parts, your components, and how do you actually have laboratories which you can assess. If governments can provide those laboratories, or if you have a ecosystem in the medtech park, probably that can that can support. Third, which I would urge departments to consider, is that also provide international regulatory support to Indian manufacturers. Not only in India, you are supporting them in India to negotiate pathways. Support them internationally also to negotiate pathways if you want them to become truly global companies.
So I think, Anjana, you asked the question to me. This is a question, the answer will vary depending on who you ask. Okay. Yeah. So for me also, the answer will differ depending on what hat am I wearing. If I'm wearing the cardiovascular hat, my answer will be different, because right now I'm in the process of setting up that plant in India. All the plants are outside India. I can answer with a lot of clarity on the orthopedic, but that is something we have been doing for quite some time. Orthopedic, I need basically 2 asks. One is allow or create an infrastructure or provide some facilities where all the processes can be done in India. Whatever is the process choice that is necessary to make a device as per regulatory standards where my buyer sits. Okay. Number 2, sir, which will come as a surprise to many, we need a basic testing facility for large joints. A lot of people may raise hand, oh, we have testing facilities, basically mechanical testing facility. But that's wrong. If you go through it, you'll realize that the testing facility is only available for trauma and spine product. Today, we have to send it to, a lab in Germany to get the testing done. So even if a device comes back today after a problem, for me again to send it for testing, I have to send it abroad. And we have certain investments made within India with the academic institutes, but they don't have the certifications. And second is I'm sure those machines are not being regularly used. Thank you. Nobody has that. So we have to send it to a farm in Germany to get it done. So if you want to do a 5 million or 10 million testing for mechanical for cycle testing for wear and fatigue, you'll not be able to do it.
Any other questions to any specific panelists?
Yes. Hello.
Okay.
So I want to mention 2 points basically. So first of all, regarding that academic, so that in the India right now, earlier the automobile also struggled. So earlier the one branch is in engineering, that is mechanical. So after that the automobile came. So right now there is the stage for the medical device innovations and all those things. So I think government should be introduce another one branch for the engineering perspective, like that medical engineering and something human engineering like that, to innovate in that medical device in the different way in the future perspective. And second question to Rajendra sir. So basically currently I am working for the many medical devices products. So for the OR products, which is used for the needles, like that, suture needles and like that. So basically in India, we are not getting that quality of materials. We have to import the materials like that, jab, Portland like that. And the lead time is very high and we are struggling for that product and we have to order in that bulk order. So in that conditions, how you should help that wire industry like that, Rajratna and Jindal, all those global players, how support the Indian medical industries?
Thanks for bringing this point. See, this is where I was just talking about hypodermic needles. We require 304L 9% nickel grade, and it is basically a customized product for the OEMs who make the product. Suppose I make a product for you, probably it will not work for first time, but second time it will work for you because I have to customize it as per your machine. So we are working with some partners who are also present here also for these products, where they have given us an opportunity to basically conduct some trials. That is what I want to share, that we have to be an openness in this thing. So once we are open to it, we are very much clear that we will be able to just provide this material to you, since we are supplying this material for the exports. So it is a matter of only the interaction, because we know that most of the imports come from Korea, from Japan.
Yes.
And we are replacing it. And we have invested in downstream as well as on the upstream level, where we need a clean steel and we need a precision, slitting precision, because you have to make a tube out of it and you have to draw. So the welding is a very critical factor out there. So that is where we need a partner who should be very transparent to us, who will just also educate us, and we also will try to basically bring a technical know-how to him. So we are very flexible in it, and we are hopeful that we will be able to just help in this case for you.
Yes, we need to do it in fast track way, because we are struggling day by day.
We are doing it. We are doing it. I think within 1 month or 2 months time, probably we will be having a success with one of our partners. I will say, because I don't speak about customer, I talk them as a partner. And once it is through there, we can replicate it with other.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, ma'am. Here, I think.
Hi, I'm Pallavi from Lubrizol, and this question could be answered by any of the industry people or even the government. So looking ahead, what do you think the success of Indian medical device component manufacturing looks like? And what should be the one thing that the government and industry should prioritize to achieve that vision?
Seems like a variant of what we ended with, but specifically around components. Good, thank you for volunteering.
There is a saying, I'm not answering. There is a saying,
yeah, okay.
If everybody is responsible to feed the dog remains unfed. So in the premise of your question was anybody can answer. So nobody's answering. So you be specific.
Yeah.
So I will use this opportunity, since this is coming from my colleague, to put two thoughts for the government to consider. As a component manufacturer, I think when I interact with global customers, offering them products made in India, components made in India, because that premise we already established that for us to be successful, we have to look at the global market. The biggest challenge that we face, in my experience, is the global companies always have this doubt around the quality coming out of India, around the supply chain coming out of India and all. So we would need some bit of support from government also beyond PLI and other incentive to bring this global acceptance of quality, global acceptance of the products that are coming out of India. So that's one. And of course, second, Mr. Nath very well pointed out that there are certain nuances to the policy which end up encouraging import rather than being made in India. And that needs to be addressed, because unless those underlying causes are corrected, I don't think we will set ourselves for success in long term. So.
Any other thoughts on that question now that at least somebody has fed the dog?
Well, I didn't have an option. I have to face her later.
I think the success will also lie in, so maybe you can also collaborate with some tech partner, and government can help you to find which products offer some scale, which components offer some scale, so that they are MSME and are encouraged to take that plunge. So maybe the piloting out which components can be sort of done in the first go, and whether to go totally indigenization route or go through a tech transfer to some, and then have an Indian product with an Indian patent.
Thank you. We have space for one last question. It goes to that gentleman at the back. You can try to shout and I will announce it for everybody. That's fine, as long as the voice can get to me.
Thank you. I'm Umesh Pava from Lab India Healthcare. We are into medtech manufacturing devices. My question originates from one comment Mr. Joshi made in the morning session, is that one of the biggest challenges a startup or a smaller healthcare manufacturing company faces is reach out to the PHCs and CHCs, because they are very used to a brand, a well-known product. And how can an Indian manufacturer try to reach out those PHCs or CHCs and convince them to try the product which is being made in India, which is maybe same or better quality and affordable, much better than the imported product, and it could be a niche technology as well. So is there any government initiative? This question is, I would not make the mistake of saying anybody can answer.
Yeah.
So this question is probably to the government, Mr. Sharma. If there is any initiative on the part of government to help promote such technologies, reach out to the masses, because that would be really helpful for the Indian populace as well as for the Indian manufacturers, and encourage the industry.
Yeah, thank you. I think ICMR and DBT already, they have several schemes to support the new innovative products which can be used in the primary health center or the CHCs. And I know a lot of procurement by the state governments, by the state medical procurement agencies does take place. And for that, I think the health technology assessment plays a very important role. And once ICMR has done the health technology assessment, I think it becomes a lot more easier to market that product in the government sector.
Very true, and we have been engaged with ICMR. We have done validations of products with them as well. Still, I would say if government can think of a stronger initiative, because ICMR helps validate, they do certify, the health technology assessment kind of validates the product suitability for the Indian populace. but still it's a major challenge to reach out to the masses and especially the PHCs and CHCs. And any other advice, comments from anybody? I would be very
Can I add something here? So you have a very valid point, and if you see Medtech Mitra program already exists, and that takes you all the way up to GEM. But the concern is, I have been working with IITs for the last significant number of years, just to spot the startups and how we can commercialize them. The issue is not with the efforts to make a good product or something that can be marketed. If you understand medtech, there are typically four stages. One is R&D, where you design, develop. Second is manufacturing. Third is marketing. Fourth is distribution. These students, they are very good in the R&D phase. Their first hurdle comes in the manufacturing phase when they have to scale up. Second hurdle comes in commercializing. So ideally, my recommendation to all of them is to collaborate with larger industries and bring in partners early. And that's the reason I made a statement about market prototyping before even doing a product prototyping. Because the commercial partner can help you manufacture or distribute or market or create the brand. But trying to do everything themselves, all the four at a very early stage, unless they have very deep pockets or somebody supporting with a lot of money, it will be a challenge. And even government cannot support that. That's my take. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you to the panelists. I think we have now run out of time, so I will not be able to take any more questions. I just wanted to thank everyone here. Amanji, thank you so much for sharing this and steering us, and everybody for their very candid thoughts, very open flowing conversation. I enjoyed it a lot. I hope all of you benefited from this, enjoyed the conversation and found it useful and intriguing. Of course, the conversation doesn't end. This is the start of the conversation. Happy to meet outside and of course continue this. And I'm sure, Amanji, under your guidance and your department's guidance, there are some takeaways for all of us, and I'm assuming for yourself. So any closing remark from you we would all benefit from that.
Thank you very much. It's been a very, very, I would say, knowledgeable and it's a learning experience for me, because I'm sitting in the company of people who've been practitioners of this business for 20, 25, 30, 35 years. I'm only 9 months old into it. So kindly excuse my lack of depth in this sector. But yes, in the government sector, what schemes work and what don't work, I do have some experience. So I think 2 or 3 key takeaways I would say I have kind of tried to understand. Number one is the component manufacturing will not take place successfully in the country unless and until we actually aim for scale. So scale is very important, and given the current market size in the country, the scale is not much in the domestic market. So as Secretary Sir has also mentioned in the today's inaugural session, that we have to actually think global. So unless and until we are actually going to target the global market, we are not going to achieve scale. And in that scenario, nobody is really going to come forward and make components for any particular brand. Now, how do we achieve scale in a situation where our own regulator asks for something else and the requirement by the overseas regulator is something else? So we have a number of companies in India who are actually making for India. So they operate on different standards, they operate on different regulatory requirements. As Mr. Banerjee has already said, that if you really want to sell it in the US, so you have to have this 316 LVM. Now in India, maybe even L is good enough. So if you are actually wanting to target the Indian market, so why to go for LVM, which definitely would be more expensive. So I think some kind of regulatory harmonization has to be achieved. Now, as far as the ASTM standards are concerned, I think at some point of time, CDSCO had notified they had issued a draft notification, but somehow it could not be taken forward. Of course, the reasons would be many. It would definitely not be without any reason. India continues to remain a very price-sensitive market. Now, it's a balance between the quality and the price, which I think the regulator has to strike. And sometimes the price does prevail. So that is the reason why many incorporation or implementation of the global standards may not happen so fast. But yes, at some point of time, we as a country, we have to look into it, because if we are wanting to go global and become Vikasit by 2047, so we have to start thinking of achieving the global standards as far as the product quality is concerned. We have to think right now. If we delay it by 5 years, then that 47 target, I think it will be very difficult to achieve. So that is one area. And secondly, the certification. Now I understand, yes, a lot of testing facilities which are required for medical devices, they are currently not available in the country. Now it's a typical chicken and egg situation. Domestic regulator doesn't ask for it. Now performance testing, we really don't insist on. So if somebody is wanting to put up a testing facility in India, he says, where is the business? So for their volumes may not be very sufficient to actually support that investment. I think a good testing facility, even for orthopedic implants, would cost a substantial sum of money. So whether the ROI is going to be there or not, really, if I'm a businessman, I will really think twice कि पैसा लगाना है कि नहीं लगाना है. So I think a lot of things will have to be actually sorted out with the regulator, and maybe tomorrow in the ministerial session and the CEO's roundtable that would follow, these issues can be raised, because this is the time when we need to answer these questions. So I think I'm thankful to all the panelists and the audience as well for asking such wonderful questions and also giving a lot of good suggestions. So yes, we are very seriously working on the how to promote the component manufacturing in the country, and I think this session really helps in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair of the session, Honorable Joint Secretary, sir. May I request everyone for a moment to quickly capture this in our lenses. We would request you to kindly give us a photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will conclude this session. It's been an extremely interesting session. As mentioned by the moderator, I think we all like to connect with all our speakers. We can do that during our networking breaks. May I request honorable speakers of the session to kindly give us a moment for a group photograph, please? We quickly request our friends from media to capture this in their lenses. May I also request moderator of the session to kindly join us for the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the concluding moment of this technical session 1 of medical device component manufacturing in India, promoting Atmanirbharta through localization. We request all our delegates to kindly join us for the networking lunch, which has been served at the atrium, which is in the ground floor, and requesting all the speakers to kindly join us for the lunch at the VIP lounge, which is again in the ground floor. All the delegates are requested to kindly join us at the ground floor at the atrium for lunch. And the speakers, we request you to kindly join us at the VIP lounge, which is again in the ground floor for the lunch. Thank you. Also requesting everyone to kindly join us back in this hall for our next session, which is Building Technology Leadership in High Impact and High Volume Medical Devices, which will start sharp at 2:30. We request you to kindly be seated by 2:25. Thank you.
leadership voice potential platform. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups, week
Care. A small word, but when it's needed most, it means the world. And at some point, we all need to be cared for. At Philips, we care about care. Better care. It's been at the heart of our innovations from the beginning, and it's how we've stood the test of time as an innovation leader. Today, as a health technology company, we're fully focused on delivering better care for more people. We design care experiences that put people first. We create solutions that have more impact on lives and less on the planet, connecting data, technology, and people. Moving care forward with the power of AI, we're converting patient data into clearer insights, helping clinicians act smarter and faster, finding the flow in hospital workflows, turning consumer insights into better experiences, and improving everyday self-care routines. Together, through meaningful innovation, we've come so far, connecting care from the home to the hospital and beyond, developing monitors that help clinicians focus on what matters most, setting the standard in helium-free MR operations, designing imaging solutions that speed up quality diagnostics, innovating medical procedures through minimally invasive treatments, and applying AI to improve the experience of everyday care. Every day, we aim to take care even further for the young, the old, and everyone in between. Together, we deliver better care for more people. Philips.
From Lothar's tidal docks to the Silk Road, from the guilds of the south to the Mughal merchants who invented the bill of exchange. This was a civilization that did not discover commerce, it invented it. Colonial rule made Indian merchants middlemen in their own land. They built
faster, finding the flow in hospital workflows, turning consumer insights into better experiences, and improving everyday self-care routines. Together, through meaningful innovation, we've come so far, connecting care from the home to the hospital and beyond, developing monitors that help clinicians focus on what matters most, setting the standard in helium-free MR operations, designing imaging solutions that speed up quality diagnostics, innovating medical procedures through minimally invasive treatments, and applying AI to improve the experience of everyday care. Every day, we aim to take care even further for the young, the old, and everyone in between. Together, we deliver better care for more people. Philips.
From Lothal's tidal docks to the Silk Road, from the guilds of the south to the Mughal merchants who invented the bill of exchange, this was a civilization that did not discover commerce, it invented it. Colonial rule made Indian merchants middlemen in their own land. They built steel anyway, bankrolled a freedom struggle, the thread did not break. In 1927, G.D. Birla and Purushottam Das Thakurdas did something that had never been done before. They brought Indian industry together, fragmented by region, by trade, by colonial design. Indian enterprise had no uniform. Economic story, the Federation held the line. It had not simply witnessed India's journey, it had helped chart it.
And one cannot deny that FICCI has played one of the most important roles right since the last 98 years in India's journey of independence.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत का लक्ष्य तभी सिद्ध हो सकता है जब फिक्की जैसे संगठन आगे आए. It is one of the
to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. A quick reminder regarding the about to the organizing team. May I request you to kindly invite everyone inside the hall so that we can begin with our session now. Kind attention. This is a call out for Miss Sanjana. We have found your ID card, so kindly collect it from close to the stage. Once again, this is an announcement regarding an ID card that we have found. This belongs to Miss Sanjana. May I request you to kindly collect it from the stage area? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our post-lunch session. We are heading towards our technical session 2 in hall number 6. And the theme for this session is building technology leadership in high impact and high volume medical devices. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone present in the hall to kindly be seated. As India advances towards becoming a global medtech hub, strengthening technology leadership in high impact and high volume medical devices is critical to improve the healthcare access and reduce import dependence. This session, ladies and gentlemen, will explore strategies to accelerate indigenous innovation, product development, and commercialization through strong research and development, industry academia collaboration, enabling policy support, and investment in manufacturing and testing infrastructure, while enhancing India's global competitiveness in priority medical device segments. With those words, we call this session to order, and may we request our Honorable Chair of the session to kindly join us onto the stage, and I also request our panelists to join us onto the stage, requesting Senior Advisor, Pricing FDI and NIPER, Department of Pharmaceutical, Government of India, Shri Avdesh Kumar Chaudhary ji to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I request Managing Director, Agape Diagnostic Limited, Mr. Thomas John, Group CEO and Executive Director, Integris MedTech, Mr. Probi Das, MD and Founder, CEO, Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone, Dr. Jitendra Sharma, Senior Vice President, Operations, Regulatory and Government Affairs, SS Innovations, Mr. Srinivasa Reddy, Head Plant Management BD, Mr. Abhay Kumar Jain, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request the moderator of this session, Chairman, Translumina Therapeutics, Mr. Gurmeet Singh Chugh, to kindly join us onto the stage. Without any further delay, may I request our Honorable Moderator of the session to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, everyone. It's always a tough session post-lunch. We'll try our best to keep you awake. So, good afternoon. I think this session, Building Technology Leadership in High Impact and High Volume Medical Devices, there could not have been an apt time to discuss this today, where India stands today in the medtech journey. So before we dwell further, when we look at medtech, Indian medtech, there are two different subjects we need to use as one of our specs to look at them. The one is health and the other is commerce. So once we come to health, one of the concerning fact for us, which I think all of you who are sitting here know, that India has a huge dependency on imports, on solving its medical devices, especially the implants, especially the high-end medical devices. There are certain diseases which are very peculiar to India, for which there is no treatment, just because nobody is prioritizing this for India. Affordability and accessibility is a major problem. And when we say affordability and accessibility, we think that as a problem of commerce, but this is actually a health problem, because a treatment denied is as good as treatment not given. So for something you have a treatment, but a patient is not able to pay and he's denied it, it's as good as that somebody saying that, look, your disease is too complex and we have nothing for it. Now we come to commerce. And the reason I'm segregating is because that while our panel is engaging in it, these are two different subjects. When we say commerce, of course, there's a lot of foreign currency we lose while we are importing this. Indian companies, whatever China has shown in medtech and China has shown in pharma, and even India has shown in the pharmaceutical journey, being the so-called pharmacy of the world, we still are not as global as where we should be. So this is a major concern, that from a matter of commerce, India should have been much higher on the roadmap of medical devices globally, where we are not. And the second problem, that most of the medtech which is happening in India is very, very dependent on their international relationship, or because still all the testing, the journey to create your own R&D, the journey to create indigenous devices cannot be done fully in India. So these are the two major issues which we'll be highlighting today. Just to set up the context, can you move to the next slide, please? So these are typically majorly the 10 issues which I've highlighted, which I'll be going to the panel and asking them. The first is our high import dependence, which we just discussed. Negligible share in global exports, again a major problem. Limited indigenous high technology innovation, and specifically as we see that we may still be doing a lot well in low-end medical devices, but very limited in high-end medical devices. Weak product development ecosystem, inadequate testing and validation infrastructure, and when especially the companies and the people who are sitting in high-end medical devices, they will feel the pinch, because when you need these extended testing for global regulatory, you need to send your devices abroad. Slow and complex regulatory pathways, and here the problem is unpredictability. This is the biggest issue. If a medtech entrepreneur today cannot predict what is expected out of him, he will not even invest in this field. Limited clinical evidence generation. Now, this has nothing to do with the limitation of resources. This is to do with the mindset. We have the money which is borrowed here needs to be given back very fast. So whether it is a formal bank, a formal investor, institutions, mutual funds, everybody wants fast returns. So nobody is ready to wait. Missing component and supplier ecosystem, and this is where a lot of time we are talking about pseudo manufacturing, that people are only assembling the devices in India. Low investment in medtech and R&D, and policy focus has been manufacturing rather than innovation. So these are few of the challenges which we are discussing. With my fellow panelists, how we will do is we will deliberate on these issues, and after that, at the end, I'll come back to give you a solution, whatever is written down from the ideas that come out. And post this session, we are going to submit a consensus statement to Department of Pharmaceuticals and probably request Industry Association, IMED, FICCI to host this consensus statement on their websites. So we start the session, and just give me a time to change the mic. So we know in India, government is the big enabler. So nothing gets started until we hear the government. So my first question is to Mr. Avdesh Chaudhary. Sir, you have been we have been engaging with you for many years, and you have been a great support for the medtech industry. Today, the way Department of Pharmaceuticals, the way Government of India looks at this sector, there have been quite a lot of activities which have happened in the past. So, for the sake of the audience, what are the conveniences, what are the loans, what are the incentives which Department of Pharmaceutical has already created or is in the midst of creating to ensure that this sector gets some good greenfield projects?
Thank you, Gurmeet. Good afternoon, everyone. Essentially, if we look at the incentives that is being offered to this rapidly growing sector by the government are twofold. One is to promote investment. We all know that the value creation is through innovation and creation of new product or improved version of the product. So government has introduced a scheme, PRIP, Promotion of Pharma and Medtech Sector, under which novel medical devices is being incentivized. Under this scheme, incentive up to 100 crore would be provided to suit the eligible medical device industry engaged in R&D. There are 2-3 categories of that. One is basically early stage, which is up to 5 crore. The incentive provided would be up to 5 crore. And another one is for latest stage where the R&D is going into clinical trial and all. There are up to 100 crore incentive for R&D. So eligible R&D project of medical devices is also eligible for support under PRIP scheme. They have to contribute a little, our support will be limited up to 35% or 100 crore. The rest has to come from industry because they have to put some teeth in the game. So that is one part to promote research and innovation, and to promote production. We have various schemes that are being implemented by the department, which includes PLI, of which industry is fully aware, and it's a very popular scheme. And then there is a scheme under which we are supporting clinical trial. We are also supporting investment or production of equipments which are covered under GT for promotion of domestic manufacturing of medical devices. And we are also encouraging investment in import substituting competing industries. So essentially, what we're currently almost 70% or somewhat more than 70% of product are being imported. So it's very important that an ecosystem is created where domestic manufacturing is encouraged. These measures of promoting research, innovation, and production will go a long way. And of course, it's always industry who will have to initiate or take the lead in this. So we do feel that industry is making all efforts also to take a benefit of this. And in addition, basically, we are also supporting human resource development. That will be a very critical component. We are promoting human resource development through subsidizing or funding courses which are relevant for medical device industry. So these are some of the measures which government has taken to promote medical device sector. The point is, industry should take maximum benefit and proactively invest and increase and improve the ecosystem. That is what department is basically asking or expecting from industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I must say that of late, especially in the last 3 to 4 years, there have been a very, very active collaboration between medtech manufacturers, the multinational companies who want to do the manufacturing in India, and Department of Pharmaceuticals. And I completely echo his comments that this journey has started. The most important fact is that the department has become very interactive, and they are listening more compared to what it used to be 8 to 10 years back. And I'm glad that this contribution will go a long way. Now I'll come to Mr. Jitendra Sharma, who is CEO of Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. We call him the poster boy of Indian MedTech dream. So he emerged out of a government, but created something. And today I'll ask him a question which a lot of, formally in panel I didn't ask him, but whenever I met personally, I wanted to always ask him, and I have asked him, what is the algorithm? What was the algorithm in your mind when you created Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone? We are seeing the result today. It's a combination of a lot of things. It's a combination of you go there and then there is a cluster, there's a testing, laboratories around, you help in regulatory, there are animal labs. So when we see it today, it is seen as, like a complete infrastructure. But when you started it from where you are today, what was that algorithm that was working in your mind, and how successful you think you already are?
Thank you, Gurmeet ji. Firstly, the success is because of all of you. We are nothing without you all, nothing. We are just like a scattered campus anywhere in the world. But if you type on ChatGPT or AI Gemini today, try it out. World's largest medtech cluster. It used to be Ireland, China, Germany. Now it is AMTZ India. Right? You can try it out right away. The reason we are what we are is fundamentally we understood one concept and accepted it. So when I was in health ministry doing PIPs for NRHM, National Health Mission, funding medical technology, late Arun Jaitley ji asked me to design the National Dialysis Program of India. He was also on dialysis. Large number of national programs we created that were technology intensive. In health ministry, what happens? Health ministry is the consumer ministry. So this bulb is not made by electricity department. Electricity department is the user. But the bulb is made by a glass industry, a Philips or somebody, who is in glass, who is in earthing, who is in electronics and so on. So in health ministry, we realized that L1 of all services that we were tendering was coming very high. National MRI program we designed for district hospital, national pathology program in PPP mode. L1 was coming very high. So at 3:30, I called one man to discuss and think what should be done and what is the problem. That man is Mr. Rajiv Nath. I requested him, Rajivji, can you please come, because all tenders are coming, programs are being done, tenders are coming, L1 is coming beyond the budget estimates. What do we do? We cut down on sites or we cut down on program? Because it's an ethical tender, what can you do? He was very kind, came, sat down. At 6:30 in the evening, we decided that something big needs to be done, not small. Small will not help. That big answer is MTZ. And the reason the concept we followed from the beginning is that the single window, red carpet, these are good vocabularies. They don't work in actuals. In actual grounds up, there are only two kinds of businesses. Like cement, I am buying a cement 5 tons a day. If I buy 50 tons a day, I will ask the concrete batching plant to go for automation. So it's my business which is driving science. In medical technology, if you don't have the technology for niobium titanium coil for magnet, you cannot make MRI. It is the science that drives business. Most people have misunderstood that medical technology, business drives science. It is the science that drives business. And so in AMTZ, what we did, because in that time there was no medtech park, no department that owns a medtech park. So we established AMTZ with the support of 18 ministries of Government of India, taking support for one scientific institution from one ministry. Medical textile from textile ministry, sensors from Ministry of Electronics, and so on. And we became an aggregator of institutions. Department of Pharma also supported us for the MRI magnet coil facility. And then Department of Pharma and Niti Aayog saw the success of AMTZ and thought of creating a scheme for MedTech Park, the drafting committee of which I chaired. Both the PLI scheme and the MedTech Park scheme drafting committee was chaired by me. I was having the privilege. But AMTZ is where we take science and we take forward it to business, not the other way. So for example, if you come for TAVI or a valve facility that you need to make, right from the large animal house, and as we speak today, an Australian company called CardioLife is starting the construction today at 2:50 p.m. was the Muhurat for manufacturing LVAD in India, left ventricular assisted device. Has never happened. Why? Because there is an animal trial facility for large animals. There is an additive material. There is a graphene plant producing 50 kilograms of graphene per shift. There are sensors. There is vacuum casting. A large number of scientific facilities have come together in AMTZ to make business a success through science. I think that's the only recipe that has worked. And we are confident after seeing our success that as long as we respect science as an enabler of business, medical technology can go forward.
And just like a clarifying question, you know, when you started AMTZ, was there a blueprint you had in front of you or in your mind, or do you think that most of the things happened as the progression started and you started realizing that what next I bring that drives more companies, or was it something which was pre-decided? It's just a matter of they coming one by one.
So there are two things. One is you have to have the hope, and I have written in my book also, if you build it, they will come. Right, but you cannot build a garage. For them to come in, if them we are talking about are the elegant brand ambassadors of medical technology global market, then you have to build something as grand as them and what they deserve. That goes non-compromisable. The second thing is, when we started AMTZ, the blueprint was pretty small. It was laboratories, warehouse, 3D printing center, factories, and so on. What we have achieved in 7 years, converting 10,001 rupees that we started with on 3rd December 2018, in 7.5 years to 16,700 crore cluster turnover, is an expanding blueprint. So we never had a university in mind. I remember when Mr. Waghela was Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, we designed the first MTech syllabus for NIPER for medical devices. And we sent AMTZ employees as first batch of students to all the 3 NIPERs. Now we have created world's first medical technology university called Global University for Medical Technology for MTech, MBA and PhDs only in medical technology. We never had something called an artificial limb center. Now we have a Bharat Limb Center. We have the National Vocational NCVT certified accreditation program for medical technologies. We have a World Trade Center. I mean, no industrial cluster managed by government has a World Trade Center license. So we started with a non-compromisable blueprint, but with the support of various departments of Government of India and industry bodies, we kept expanding this blueprint. And that's what I would like to emphasize, that when we expect a good company, legends here, to keep adding products in their basket, keep enhancing market, how can we go and say that, no, we will not expand our vision? We were good and we will remain that much only. It is our moral duty also to keep expanding our vision and putting efforts just to be respectful and welcoming towards the industry which is sitting out there in the world.
Thank you. So I think this gives a great base for me to move to my next 2 panelists. When we say medtech, it is medical devices, and sometimes in or out, IVD also is put across, but these segments are growing extremely fast, and I'm very fortunate that we have 2 leaders here, the IVD leader and a medtech leader. So first to you, Probir. You have been mentoring, you have scaled up companies, many companies you have scaled in medtech sector, but most important of all, you have also mentored a lot of leaders who are now leading companies or who are starting their own journeys, by the way, including me, 22 years back. So the question today is that the definition of Indian company is now changing, and this change has started like 5 years back, 6 years back, that no more you are supposed to cater to your own people, no more you are supposed to create Me Too technologies, low-end technologies. And now there is a hope for them to take a longer jump. So from a perspective of Integris MedTech, can you just tell us that how you are looking at Integris MedTech first as a global Indian company servicing India and a global Indian company for the world?
Kind words to start with, Gurmeet. Thank you very much, and lovely to meet many of you again. I've been away for a bit. See, if you look at Integris, as with many companies in India today, it's no longer just an Indian company. And to a large extent, there is already the putty or the substance which is quite meaningful. If I give, I don't want to make this a pitch, but we are talking about having closed 2,700 crores last year revenue. That's big. There are not many companies in India, medtech or otherwise, that do 500 crores of EBITDA. We did it last year, and we are trying to, not trying, we are committed to scaling it even farther, way ahead of the market. So it's a diversified platform, it's large sized, it's scalable, 70% of the business is global, so we have a global obligation, the fiber is there. Now to answer your question, Gurmeet, what is going to take us from here to there? Fundamentally, the way, I think Dr. Sharma, who's been a very good friend of mine for a very long time, he has already answered it. The answer is in system thinking. Medical technology is not, how do you say, I always have, even in FICCI, I've given this example, that pharmaceutical is a little bit like refinery. You have one capability and you're formulating, right? Medical devices, on the other hand, is like building an automotive. You have 10,000 moving parts, and therefore this extreme complex ecosystem. Size does not necessarily define complexity, right? So in that environment, how do we, and I don't, you know, I have been in this industry a long time, and I've benefited from standing on the shoulder of giants like Anjunda sitting there. One thing I have learned that there is no one formula. I'm not sitting here to pontificate and say, here is the success formula. I will never do that. But what we want to do at Integris is very simple. We are the only platform of our size which is predicated not necessarily on just manufacturing, right? We have a very unique model. We call it build, acquire, build and acquire. So we are build, acquire, and partner. So what are we focused on? We are focused on what we understand. What is very unique in emerging markets? In emerging markets, customer access doesn't work the way it happens in developed markets. So we are customer access specialists, and using that, we determine what is good for us to make, where it is good to partner. This is not this or that. You know, for a long time, and we have had these conversations before, Gurmeet, me, Dr. Sharma, many of us, saying that this whole thing about is domestic company important or is global company important is a pointless conversation. Both are important. They need to work together, right? So we have that model and we will scale this up. Now, from a competency standpoint, how do you build system thinking? At least from where I stand, we are trying to do that by creating a mixture of three things. Operating model, we are determining, or we are kind of determined on what we will centralize, what we will decentralize. Number two, portfolio, what we will manufacture as to what we will partner and where we will grow through acquisition. Have a very clear horizon of saying what am I doing now, what will keep me successful over the next 2 to 3 years, and what am I going to do 5 to 10 years out, right? And lastly, this whole cultural transformation of saying that how do I go from being India focused to really being globally competitive, right? Nobody has ever built an excellent company on purely government support. I'm very clear, right? So government support is very welcome. It is needed. It's a must. But we have to build our own competitive muscles, right? So in that, the fusion of having growth with efficiency, with talent, with culture, with global competitiveness, that's a complex mix. And oftentimes you need to then, one of the reasons as to why I came back to India is because I've been thinking a lot for many years as to how we need to have global talent back. Yeah. But I can't expect it to happen if I don't step up and do it myself, right? So that's the hope, and I'm sure we will build that global scalability, build a billion-dollar company at the very minimum very quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Prabir. And now, Thomas, coming to you. You have been, again, synonym with the development of IVD and diagnostics in India. So it will be very interesting for the audience and us to understand, what have been challenges while you are creating Agape and making it a leader, especially in India, and now also we hear about your global journey. And B, this is people who are not known to IVD, and when they look at IVD, they find it very complex. And of course, you need to completely apply yourself, evolve. There's a lot of disruption. Nowadays, we hear about molecular testing, we hear about AI, a lot of automation. And these fields look at a disruption, which is at times dominated by a lot of multinational. So how you are dealing with them today? So first, a little bit about your journey and how you are dealing to still remain relevant in the market.
Yeah, thank you, Gurumukh. I believe I'm the odd man out in this panel because I started my journey with the 5 people in 1995 with 800 square feet manufacturing a small facility in Bombay. Basically, I'm an electronics engineer, came to Bombay in 92 after my engineering and worked for some medical device company. And I understood that point of time, the laboratory diagnostics was just in the growing path. And I understood that even tier 1 cities and tier 2 cities, the infrastructure or the solutions are totally different. So I took this as a good opportunity, and that way we started. And of course, I'm from the South India, and again from a child of my father was a college principal and my mother was a school teacher. So I didn't have enough fund to start in a big way. So started in a very small way. So my journey was very clear that now I can divide that into four phases, because I could see that there are a lot of young people are sitting here. Probably that can always help them. The first phase, because of the less capital, I started as a distribution company. Of course, many foreign companies, I became the distributor, and that point of time, I understood that equipment manufacturing was little difficult, even though I'm an electronics engineer. So I took a little easy way of distributing equipments, and same time the manufacturing of some of the chemistries, basic chemistries for this instrument. So almost 10 years I was doing that. Then I understood that now I have to move to the second phase. And Bombay was not an ideal place. So because of the constraints of the fund, I have moved back to my home city, that is Cochin. And everybody knows that, at that point of time, Kerala means Kerala, West Bengal. People say that Ingulam Sindabad. But I've taken that challenge to go back to Kerala, and I put a reagent manufacturing, and I've decided that I will spend on the technology. That means invest on basic R&D. So initially we have started the reagent R&D and developed a lot of systems. Then after this second phase, we have decided that now it is not enough for us to grow, because Indian market is growing, IVD is becoming more and more focused, and more systems and regulations are coming, so we wanted to be a little more organized. So we decided to move to the equipments manufacturing, from distributions to the manufacturing, and again set up another equipment manufacturing facility and spend money on the equipment manufacturing and R&D. That is the time where I have decided, because with our limited fund was not good enough, so I have decided to sell about some stakes to the private equity. So this is again very important decision from our side, because we came from a family of government parents, against selling the stake, which is not understand. Of course, it's today's equations. So we sold 20% of the stake to the private equity. Of course, we got some money, where again we spend that money for the innovations and everything. So we brought first instrument that is, I won't say that it's a new technology. It is an old technology, like nephelometer. We brought that technology to the Indian conditions. That is something which I wanted to tell. Then the third phase, we invested a lot on the technologies. Now we are in the fourth phase. Now we have reached to about 650 crores business with 1,200 people. We are looking for something big, and definitely I'm sure that in this fourth phase I'll be able to do a lot of things. Now, answer to your question, as an IVD, one of the solution provider, India is a market where very clearly segregated to 4 types of market: Class A market, Class B, Class C, and Class D. So if as an Indian manufacturer or Indian developer or solution provider, we have to see that all types of market, because probably multinationals, because they are focusing the products which is developed for the developed market, which can be suitable for the Class A and Class B. But as an Indian solution provider, we have to see that the entire, the spectrum of this market, where C and D class contributes about 55 to 60% of the market. So that is the main decision which we have taken. I will give you one classical example. I launched a nephrometer in 2015, where 2018 I got the national award from the Honorable President of India, and where with the nephrometry technology, we brought the protein estimations to all type of laboratories, because previously the cost of a nephrometer was costing about 35 lakhs. That 35 lakhs product I brought down to 1.5 lakhs, so that about 15 to 20,000 of the Indian laboratories able to do the protein estimation. So my point is that we have to see that the entire spectrum of the market. Number two is, the biomarkers. The biomarkers are very, very important. Biomarkers, because India is the capital of all type of disease, oncology, diabetics, all type, cardiac diseases, everything India is the capital. So if you wanted to focus some of the biomarkers, definitely that can give always an advantage. I will give you a classical example. After the COVID, the major issue is that, lung fibrosis. Now, there is a biomarker which we have launched last year with a technology association from a Japanese company, and it's called KL6. So that can give the lung fibrosis levels, which can be treated well in advance, which can save the life. Now we are going to launch again the liver fibrosis. There are two established methods, that is fibroscan and elastography, which may not sometimes, it all depends on the person who is taking your elastography result. But there is a biomarker which we are going to launch now, again with a foreign technology, association. And we are the first Indian company to launch the neurological disorders like p-tau and all. So I think biomarker is something we need to focus. But AI, according to me, that AI can be an enabler. So to estimate the different class of customers, what are their requirements, all these things, definitely we can use the AI tools. But AI will not give a direct replacement of the blood testing, because blood testing, that testing, you have to draw the blood and you have to test it. So according to me that, AI can be an enabler to bring a lot of technologies, to bring the solutions to the different class of customers, but it can be just an enabler. But we have to focus the entire spectrum of customers and focus on the different biomarkers.
Yeah, thank you. Very well said. And very well said. And we are extremely proud of you, the way you are taking, our brand India to the global markets. Now, I'll come to someone who actually is the odd person out, not you. And that is because, he comes from manufacturing and he comes from a multinational. So otherwise, all of us typically are sitting on the dais out from the Indian companies who are planning to go global. So, Abhay, BD started this plant. I think, if I'm not wrong, they were one of the first multinationals to come to India to start manufacturing. So my first question is very clear. Are you happy, or BD regrets it?
We are extremely happy. Extremely happy.
Now, beyond cost advantages, the way you look at India being projected to the world for medtech manufacturing, beyond cost advantage, do you think that BD over a period have realized, because you have unlocked this cube, this Rubik cube, you have unlocked like no one else, because everybody will come here and still remain superficial. You have spent a huge time here. So what are those advantages that you see in India today, or the hope which you see in India today, that more such companies will come to India to start manufacturing? And vis-a-vis China, if you can also give just a flavor vis-a-vis China.
Okay. Thank you, Gurmeet ji, very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So to answer to your question, just to give you some, because many of you may not be aware about BD, to give you some understanding about the company, and then I will come to your I hope that's okay. So BD started its journey. BD is more than 125-year-old company, started from US, New Jersey. In India, it's more than 35 years. And the plant, which I am representing over here, manufacturing side, is based at Bawal, and it started its journey in 1997. Currently, we have a capacity to produce more than 1 billion medical devices from this plant. This is state-of-the-art plant with more than 300 people. And today we feel we are more Indian than any other Indian company, because the way we have evolved over the period of time, our culture, our way of working, everything is like roots. We are very much rooted into the Indian way of working at all. I am very proud to say that this plant is one of the best plant within the BD network, because this BD network has got more than 50 plants. We have got best of safety parameters, our safety records, our complaint records. Currently, we are running at world-class OE of 85%. Many few plants are running at that level of OE. We are running at that level of OE. And we are extremely proud of having this manufacturing in India. And we continuously look forward that what more we can do to expand our footprint, our horizon, how we can bring more product into the India. But you have rightly said that having the low cost, because we at India are among the lowest cost within the BD network plant, but being only the low cost is not a guarantee for the product to come to India from any multinational. That's my thinking. Low cost can get you on the table for the discussion to compete with maybe other plants, other countries, other locations, but that's not the starting point. That's the starting point, but that's not the end point. It all comes with the trust. If the management, the leadership has the trust that this location, this plant has the best of best human capital, talent, they can give world-class quality. That's something which is non-negotiable, because we are dealing with the human lives. So we cannot just deal with any lousy quality when the human lives are at stake. That's the another fundamental things. Then comes the how good regulatory requirement is. How is our supplier base look like? Like our currently being India for more than 27 years, 28 years, we still struggle with the localization of the raw materials. We still don't get the world standard local material in India, even resin, steel, paper, basic raw materials. We still struggle over there. Although in the last many years we have successfully done a lot of localization as well, and we are continuously working in that front. But that journey is not easy, because once you talk about world-class standards, and again, I am proud to say that whatever BD is producing at this point in time, those all standards are world-class standards. There is no change in what syringes are being produced here in Bawal versus anywhere else in the world. At times people ask, hey, are you producing the same standard what we are producing in US or anywhere else? I get surprised. Why? If all Indian population, all our patients are equally important, and we are having the same world-class standard. But I think that trust is very important, that how we can create that trust, that we can give the world-class quality. We have the best of talent pool, good supplier base, good regulatory ecosystem, that is equally important. And then again, it comes a very, very complex network strategy comes, when the network strategy talks about how the decisions are taken. Those are very complex decisions, but those are the basics. Basics we need to make sure that we are meeting. Coming to your question on the China side, I think China and India has a fundamental difference. Of course, today China is also doing quite good in terms of low-cost manufacturing. They are also able to cope up good in the volume along with the cost. But to my mind, IP is something which is India, where you can have the confidence that IP will be protected and we can have the products. Personally I feel, this is my thinking is, we don't have the similar confidence with the China manufacturing. That's how I perceive. But second thing, China is also talking about a lot of localization. They are also putting their effort. China for China, volume-based procurement. Lot many things are going on inside the China as well, while they are also getting lot more and more protected towards the China, China. So to my mind, today India is very well placed as an alternative destination. If you talk about the second manufacturing destination, that's India is very well placed. We have full confidence on our talents, our resilience, the way we act. We are somebody who will people talk it like not talk it in such proud sense कि हम कैसे भी जुगाड़ करके काम कर लेते हैं, but I take it in a positive sense that we are resilient. We try to find out the way. Whatever, if any obstacles are there, we will find out the way and we will make sure that things are happening. So those all things are very, very positive for India. And at this point in time, to my mind, the overall environment is very positive for the investment to come inside the India. Lot many positive things are happening. Lot many things are happening at the regulatory front. Lot many things are happening. Even per capita consumption on the medical treatments is also increasing. That is also giving a lot of hope for any multinational or any company to come inside the India. One point we need to be considerate about is that at this point in time, if we're putting a lot of investment, that investment itself for the economic scale is not coming at this point in time, because the entire production, whatever do is, India, we are not able to utilize that for India only. So we have to have India market as well as export market. Both the market need to be catered.
Thank you. Thank you. Very well said. And I think this gives a lot of confidence, to the global companies. Maybe it's a suggestion for Department of Pharmaceuticals to use BD more often for our, in the international shows. We are talking about a lot about our infrastructure, but having the companies who are already in India and talking to the world by saying that, look, talk to them and they are satisfied, they want to do more. It can be alternate way of attracting. You want to make a comment? One very small comment, I think marvelous points. There was a very large company based out of Long Island, US, and they agreed to invest in MTZ. They came, they took the land, and we wanted to sign the agreement. The agreement had to be signed by their head of finance and head of legal. And we asked them, where would you prefer the agreement to be signing, India or US? And they said, no, in China. We asked why. They said, because our head of finance and head of legal both sit out of China. We asked why. They said, सबसे ज़्यादा चोरी वहीं होती है. And I think when we went to China and signed the agreement, they told us the only reason they are coming to India is because their designs are being stolen by their own employees, well protected by the system. India is not like that. India is a very respectful country towards knowledge and intellectual property. And I think that brand ambassadorship, that we truly care about intellectual property and IP of other companies, we have not taken enough advantage of that image. So the point that you have made is actually something we have not encashed on in a big way. Completely agree. So, Srinivas, going to you. So while we were sorting out our low-end medical devices, our implants, our high-end medical devices, couple of other issues, and here is a company, SS Innovation, quietly on the other side, builds robotics, builds solutions in robotics, goes to NASDAQ, lists itself, and then talks about a lot of other products which are coming. So the first question is, what is that different route which you took, which other companies couldn't think about? What were the challenges of that route? And are you leaving a legacy behind which means that other companies can follow that and do the same? Or was it some advantage for your founders or the company which cannot be replicated as we move forward?
Thank you, Gurmeet ji, and thanks to the panel and DOP for making SSI to be part of this panel. Well, we all have seen, and every innovation has its own challenges, but we as a company, surgical robotics, right? When we started our journey, and India is growing with some of the medical devices sectors, consumables, disposables, and some of the medical equipments. But when it comes to the surgical robotics, globally there's only one company who is dominating for more than 20-25 years. And India has a 100% import dependency, right? And then when we thought about, having this idea of venturing into the surgical robotics, So we looked at not India as an opportunity because globally more than 160 countries do not have an access to the robotic surgery. So when we started this idea. So then we looked at, India is yes, one emerging country, but there are many other countries, if you bring the technology is affordable, that definitely, the adoption is much, much higher because the technology and the clinical evidence which was presented by the other monopoly company for the last 20 years. So the whole idea of our chairman, who is a renowned robotic cardiac surgeon, who has developed many first in the world of minimally invasive cardiac technologies, and then he decided to, transform from a surgeon to the medtech industry leader, and then he started developing from early 2012. And by the way, he is the first surgeon in India who has done the first ever robotic cardiac surgery in India in 2002, invited by the government of India. So in 2012, when he moved to India, he really felt the need of, the access to the robotic surgery. And at that time, only 7-8 systems were there. Each robot cost about 18-20 CR. And then we looked at, forget about reaching the masses. The main challenge itself is in the metro cities, not many people will not be able to affordable for the robotic surgery. So then he has invested almost until today 500 crores as it's a very niche market, and we talk about the high volume and low cost products, but it is a very high value, high end medtech product. We went through a lot of challenges, and then one side the resources is a major problem, availability of the robotics engineers, availability of the ecosystem. We have labs available, but none of them were accredited for the high-end robotics. And thanks to the Jitendra sir and for having this, all the electronics labs and testing labs available for us at that point in time. But the one challenge is, our vision is to go beyond India, right? And we have NABL labs and we have BIS standards, but nothing is available for the robotics. Robotics is not even regulated from the CDSCO MDR rules. So we went to BIS, we went to the CDSCO, and everybody said, oh, forget about high-end technology, we are struggling with the most essential devices. So let us focus on all these things. And then we looked at all the available labs globally. There's only one lab available globally in the US, and the second lab is in China at that point in time, and nowhere exists. Taking a robot to the outside India, it's like you need a 40-feet container. Spending crores of money getting this product tested outside India is a forget about getting it tested, but we don't have money to even to transport the system. Then so we looked at all the labs availability, and luckily the international ICAT lab here in Manesar, which does the testing for the all the buses, trucks, ambulances, and everything. So they have all the testing infrastructure available, but the only thing is the talent is important for them to become acquainted with the robotic testing. So we immediately associated with them, and we reached out to the NABCB to get this lab accredited, but they are also not interested. Then we reached out to the A2LA, which is the globally accredited certification agency like NABL here in India. We immediately got the ICAT is the third lab globally to get accredited for the surgical robotic system. And that's where we got our robotic system tested, and then we went through all the cycles of the product development. We went through the cadaver trials as well as the animal trials, clinical trials, and today we have the third generation model which is available in the market and much affordable. And when we started, we have a 100% import dependency to today we brought the 50% market share here in India. We got the approvals in 18 other countries, and the first Indian medtech company who got listed in the NASDAQ market. It's a very proud moment for all of us. We started with 2 employees, and today we have 600 employees, and with 230 robotics. Out of 600 robots in the market, we have 250 robots in the market. So that's the legacy that we have created for the high-end, high-value medical equipments. But the challenges still exist, but our chairman always says that, perseverance is very important. Let's continue. Yes, the government ecosystem was helped us a lot to, come to this stage. But unfortunately, some of the other, the pseudo manufacturing and then again the refurbished equipments, while we have the similar technologies available in the market, it's really killing our market and our growth. But hopefully one day government will listen to us and understand the challenges and help us making us continue to grow in India as well as outside India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I think, you should take back the compliments for your founders, and all of you. I think it's a great effort. And, when Narendra Modi ji announced bullet trains, there was a lot of criticism that you don't have the normal trains running, but what is so important about a bullet train? But sometimes you do certain activities to ensure that the country remains aspirational. So what SS Innovation is doing to ensure that a confidence to the Indian entrepreneurs that once you can do robotics in India, you can do a lot others. So
I just want to add one more point,
sure.
sir. Traditionally we all look at all the medical devices. Every device has its own intended use. Some kind of combinational devices, electromechanical devices. But the surgical robotics is very, very complex in its nature, because we looked at PET CTs, CTs, MRIs, all high-end equipments. But the surgical robotics, it's not a single specialty, it's the multi-specialty. You can use it for the mouth to pelvic, all the specialties. It has a multiple indications. Even for selling a product and making it, convincing the hospital is very difficult, because you will have to talk to the 7 different specialties. And then each robot, it has more than 6,000 different components. So we look at the consumables, disposables, implants, devices, combinational devices. But one surgical robot is combination of all these things. We have the single-use consumables, the delivery systems that we use it for the implants. There's therapy devices that we use it for the cautery, and then we use it for the stapling devices, heart valves. So it's a completely an amalgamation of the devices, where you not only have to go through the safety, EMI, EMC, but you will also have to go through the sterility, biocompatibility, pyrogenicity, implantation. It's just too much complex in its nature itself.
Yeah. Thank you. So I think now we move to the second part of the session, but before we go into that, Prabir, you brought a very interesting point in your previous discussion that, we always talk about inviting the global companies to come and manufacture in India, to build in India. We sometimes forget about the leadership part of it, that how do we invite, our own global leaders, especially, the guys from the Indian origin, they are emotional about India, to get them back. So a very quick question on this. What does it take India to get them back? And why would they come back to India? What is that blueprint which we should create as a country to ensure that these guys are motivated to come back and then, create global companies out of here?
The way I see this, India is not for India. India is for the global south. What we are trying to solve is going to solve a very, very big global problem. The capability to go and access global medical technology application is not just in India. So I think this whole positioning of the opportunity needs to be done a little bit differently than it has been done before, number one. Number two, I think, Indian businesses have so far been what? They have been largely entrepreneurial, correct? And, I don't want to be provocative, but there is a mindset of an entrepreneur and there is a mindset of a professional. A professional is a much holistic system thinker. And an entrepreneur is trying to see, because you get programmed over a period of time to do a certain thing a certain way. The way we have been trained as global leaders is to watch, observe, provide support, but take a little bit of a backseat, which is very difficult for an entrepreneur to do. So in a way, it's not that what you're asking is a great question. I wish I could give you a one-line answer. There is none. But it's a combination of positioning the opportunity. What do you see? Capital was a problem in this country. today, I don't think capital is any longer a problem in this country. You know, it's absolutely not a problem, right? Mindset continues to be a problem, and that mindset is, I'd break it to two parts. Like, you know, is it India? Is it exports? It is not. I mean, we are trying to solve a global problem, correct? I have spent over 35 years in very large multinationals, very, very large. I have the luxury of having worked for 3 companies which are more than 100 years each, right? So you have seen how, and all said and done, we like it or we don't like it. If you look at global medical technology, $600+ billion, 60% of that value is in less than 50 global hands. That's a fact. We like it, we don't like it. So there must be some element there that does not allow you. I mean, you look at the number of pharmaceutical companies, the distribution of value is far more than it is in medical technology. So the whole point is we need to enable 3 things, Gurmeet, broadly. One is attracting global leaders is a great idea, but what do you attract them to? You attract them to, you know, hey, you know, you'll make personal wealth. Is that a good story? Yes, maybe, but most of them have attained a level, if they have hit the, most of them are thereabout self-actualized, right? So they are not going to come back if you tell them that, hey, you can make another 50, 100 crores. Give a damn. But if you really attract them to build a solution that is a legacy for a large part of the world where the problem has not been solved, then I think we'll attract. So that's the value story. Number 2, are we really enabling them, right? Most people in global companies have realized that how you solve a developed market problem and how you solve an emerging market problem are very different mechanisms. In an emerging market, you can't have a silver bullet. The therapeutic slices are so low, so small, that you have to go horizontal and not vertical. There are 2 ways, right? Mile wide, inch deep, inch wide, mile deep. A multinational model is inch wide, mile deep. And in an emerging market, you can't operate inch wide, mile deep. So this whole thing has to, but that way you need to then enable them. You know, you need to, these kind of programs, this kind of, you know, I think there would be an opportunity to create dialogues, value stories where, you know, there are people before me who had come back and became doyens of the industry, and there would be people after me who will come back and scale this industry, but you really need to capture their value story. We all need to do that. I mean, we all need to do that. So that's one. Yeah.
Thank you. So now coming back to Avneji. Yeah. So, you know, you heard all of us, and shortly we are going to the final session, that what are the challenges and opportunity and what do we expect from the government, where everybody is going to speak for 2-3 minutes. But before we do that, I mean, as a representative of a strong department, and you yourself are taking so many decisions in the department, do you think that from your perspective or from the government perspective, are the expectations which the government has from medtech companies today in India, are they being fulfilled? Are there specific things where you also at times feel frustrated that, you know, something like this, why it's so simple to understand, why are you not doing it? And when I say so, I'm talking about especially the Indian medtech. So as per the expectations versus the delivery, do you think a gap, which really necessarily does not arise with lack of anything, but arrive from any mindset which you think you really don't like?
See, basically what I heard is very encouraging, that there are startups which have grown. There is an existing ecosystem where people are interested in developing, designing. We do get, we have got many applications under PRIP scheme from medtech sector for government support for innovation. So what we see is there is a enthusiasm and interest in industry, especially startup and large companies, that they do want to create values. There is an ecosystem of government support also for production, for developing the parks, for providing support to innovation, to providing support to production. So existing ecosystem is also encouraging. We have sufficient human resource and of quality human resource, and the required industrial wide width, what we say that all the spin-off and linked industries are already available. The only thing is probably what we would be very happy about, or everyone will be enthused about, is with few success stories, which probably will then pull up lot many more investment, interest and encouragement to the sector. That will be helpful, and I think industry is already engaged trying to do that, and hopefully good result will come up. I am very hopeful that things will improve significantly, and what we see from here and now, that about 70% of our production or requirement is met from import, that will decline significantly with the effort of industry and intervention of government wherever required. That is what I think.
Thank you. So Jitendra ji, one set of the question would be the same, because you have seen medical device companies performing in your playground. You know, at times you feel elevated, you feel elated. At times you feel frustrated that couple of things which you thought they would do, they're not doing that. So first part is same, and the second part is, if you have an algorithm that has worked, you have a blueprint that has worked, what does it take for the government of India to just apply it everywhere?
So, blueprint also requires homogeneous action, and that is not possible in a very large country, because the bureaucratic setup, the licensing pattern, the environmental approvals in every state is different, right? But I think overall, two things that can really help us grow from here, because a lot of effort has been put by government, by private sector. This nephrometer story that Dr. Thomas John from Agape mentioned is a silent story, right? It's a 35 lakh machine, and it's available for 2 lakhs without compromise on quality, passing through all the regulatory checks. We are using his nephrometer in our labs. And therefore, these success stories have something in common. Way to crack the problem. I think at a large scale, the two problems that grip us today, that can really, if solved, can really help us grow, is one, as he rightly mentioned, 55-60% of our market is Class C. Class C is also, as the topic mentions, high impact, also high volume, high cost products. Now, Class A and B is regulated by the state. Inspection is done by the notified bodies approved by NABCB and CDSCO. C and D both are done by center without giving it to anybody. And therefore, there will always be a backlog, as it is in our high courts. There will always be not enough inspectors. There will always be delays. If Class C devices could be given off to notified bodies, it would require a simple change in the rule, not even in the current act. Whatever is the proposed can happen in future, but even in the current rules, one amendment, A and B is given to notified bodies, certification bodies through the state. In C and D, let D remain with CDSCO, let C be given off to notified bodies. They are approved by Quality Council of India, whole backlog shifts outside the regulator, notified bodies do a job, 17,000 auditors' jobs are created, don't forget that. The country also has to improve its employment figures, right? So all that can happen just by one change, moving the needle of Class C from the regulator, self-audit to notified body. The second thing that can help us at scale, you know, DBT, Atal Innovation Mission, large number of DST innovators we have today, more than 170 licensed ECG machine manufacturers. I mean, some may have it as their only product, some makes it along with other products. All the electrodes come from outside, all. 3M sticker, all the glucometer strip, the Teflon sheet comes from outside. There is a very large stimulus of 3 to 4,000 crore required just on the component supply chain. This component supply chain is so good that if the stimulus is good enough, it can disrupt the component supply chain market, which would allow not only the current manufacturers to make it at scale more viably, but would attract more manufacturers to come into the game. What we have done in AMTZ is a small part of that. For example, Varex Imaging produces detectors in our campus. RadScan produces tubes. All of them were getting glass enclosures from outside. Under Department of Pharma support, we set up a facility called IMAGE, the International Center for Medical Glass. Now today we are medical glass suppliers to a manufacturer of tube, which makes the cathode anode, inserts and sells it as a CT tube. Who buys the tube? IIT PL Gaurav Agarwal in his cath lab facility inside the campus. We have done this. Now, if this recipe can be converted at scale, it would do enormous good. But two milestones that we need to cross is deregulation of Class C, giving it to notified bodies, and value chain creation by a large stimulus on component supply chain.
Yeah, thank you. So I think just because we started 10 minutes late, I'm assuming from the FICCI organizer that we can end at 4:10. So, and we'll use the last 5 to 7 minutes to close the session formally. So now coming back to the panelists, so along with Avdesh, we assume that we have a Prime Minister of India along with the cabinet sitting in the room. And we are now discussing about the real challenges and the solutions, So instead of we trying to philosophically make it very long and big, let's stay very practical. And one by one, we take 2 minutes to really describe the real 3 to 4 challenges which you think, and you don't have to generalize it. It is very specific to what you're doing, which you are facing today, and what can be a possible solution for that. Like, he was very precise. There's a challenge of regulatory, Class C solution, notified body, something like this, where we can write it down tomorrow and, give a consensus statement. So from that perspective, Srinivas, I asked you the question at the last, so I'll ask you at the first. What would those 3 to 4 challenges would be? And what are the quick fix solution? Or when I say quick fix, not necessarily short-term solution, but solution which can be implemented very fast. So what do you think can be those? What are the challenges and solutions for you?
Okay, so let me say from the regulatory perspective, as Jitendra sir has rightly mentioned, the Class C devices have the significant market. And it's not only about changing the regulator to the notified body, but it's also important the digital platforms that can become an enabler for the regulatory process. Right now, everywhere, whether it is from the notified body or the regulators, today everything is the manual process.
So regulatory is one
because the regulatory with the digital tools implementation is very important. Second thing is, yes, as a startups, as an MSMEs, we always look for some funding support, but the more important thing is the market access, because the companies who have been built the technology, they are actually fighting for their survival because of the lack of market access. So we don't have a good ecosystem that actually make the companies consistent growth, and that will help them to become an export-oriented business. So the third thing is the pseudo manufacturing, because as I told you, Dr. Thomas has mentioned, and many other innovative, including your own cardiac products that you have built it. So we have built it right from the scratch as an innovation. We went through the years of innovation, but it took for us to get the regulatory approvals. We went through the different cycles, but some of these companies with the pseudo manufacturing, they're simply bringing the technology, white labeling.
What
and
is the solution for this?
So the solution for this is making sure those technologies should be validated here in India, and making sure that they should go through the clinical trials. Because if I have to sell my robot in US or in China, right now we are going through the US FDA, They clearly mandated, yes, your technology has 15,000 surgeries experience, but the patient populations here in US is different. You must conduct your trials in US.
Yep.
So similarly, if I go to China, they don't give us the straight away approvals. We have to go through our product to be tested in their labs, their patients. So similarly, why can't we impose the same thing for the Chinese products rather than they are bringing it within 2 months, they are getting the approvals and they are competing with us.
Yeah.
So it's really bothering us. These three challenges and solutions. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Thomas, let's come to you. What would you say? Very precise 3 to 4 challenges and a very precise solutions.
Yeah. See, in IVD, because that is a business, I know that. So in IVD, to grow further, we should focus on total solutions. Because if you are focusing only on the consumables, only on the equipments, hardware, it may not be possible to penetrate to all class of customers. So we have to see that total solutions. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, Indian standards, I would say that even it's even much better than the European standards, because it's all coming from, especially in the IVD, all the regulations come from the pharma or the medical device. So we have bigger, better regulations. So regulatory things are the best in the Indian context, and the quality standards, there is no doubt. So you should focus on the total solutions, and at the same time, the most important thing is that our business is more emotional touch. You should not consider this is just a business, because once we supply a hardware to a customer, the customer is totally depends on you for the consumables. Without the proper support, that he will not be able to give a service. He will not be able to give a good result. So post-sales connect is the biggest and the best thing it's required in the future and now also, and that is one of the biggest challenge also which we are facing. And the third thing is the infrastructure or the focused on the different countries. I think India, suppose if you are focusing on India, you can focus to the other emerging markets, because there are a lot of similarities. So you should have definitely there should be a focus to the all the emerging markets, and that are the main challenges, and that are again the solutions which I can always notice. Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas. Very precise. Thanks, Abhay.
Yeah, thank you. To my mind, to be very quick on this piece, I think end to end. And for me, the 3 words comes is predictable, simpler, and quicker. How we can be predictable, how we can simpler, how we can be quicker, and how we can have at scale. For me, at this point in time, if I look at the problem statement, is the backward integration, supplier side. Because in supplier side, we talk about localization, everything, and we just don't have enough capabilities in the suppliers, either raw material, packing material, component level. So how that support can be provided, how they can be built, their support can be built for them. That is one area where I definitely look at the support in terms of support. Second is how we can simplify our regulatory framework, what Dr. Jitendra has already touched upon, so I will not talk about much over there. Third point comes to my mind is my supply chain. How we can reduce the cost of supply chain, because that supply chain is much expensive if we compare with the other countries like China and the other countries. Fourth point I just want to touch upon is this all PIL, everything is for the greenfield. BD is there for last 30 years in the system. Why brownfield is not considered into for this thing? Because we are trying to get some product, and when you come to the government, they say, hey, you can't come to us. That everything is for the greenfield projects only. So my humble request would be that if we can do something for the brownfield, that would be great. Because if I'm an elder brother, if I come earlier, I shouldn't be punished just because I came earlier into the system.
No, Abhay, so what you are saying is also a larger thing which we discussed earlier, that the companies which are already present in India are doing a great job. I'm talking about the multinational companies who have started here. We truly believe that there should be a larger engagement with them, from where it is currently. So, because the more we engage with you, you will attract more US multinational to India. So, Probir, from your side,
before
and
Probir says,
yeah.
Just 30 seconds on the pseudo manufacturing, because this seems to be a silent demon somewhere circling. in the local value addition circular of Department of Pharma, which came on the basis of the circular of DPIIT, at that time DIPP, there is an appellate authority with Joint Secretary Department of Pharma as chairperson, me as co-chairperson, and some members. I have never attended a single meeting. I don't know if it ever happened. That appellate authority is supposed to take complaints of one person against other if there is a doubt on the component of local value addition. So if somebody claims 60% local value addition, and if you have a problem, you can complain against that entity. But this is a reactive system. What solar panel manufacturers have done, thanks to the International Solar Alliance, they have got all the renewable energy ministry recognized solar panel manufacturers to declare, self-declare their local value addition. Which means you don't need to wait for somebody to be wrong or make false claims, then blame, then there is an appellate authority which doesn't meet. But you self-declare, so you are auditable transparently in public domain. I think we have to learn from other sectors, and if there is one easy way to solve this or transparently deal with this pseudo-manufacturing concept, it's the solar panel industry through whom we can learn.
Yeah, Prabir.
I'd start where Abhay finished. There are test cases where large-scale global companies have come to India and created really high-scale localized play that has helped them globally. I'm fortunate to have worked for BD and for Teramo, which were the two first entrants in the country with manufacturing. One was a private venture. The other was actually a government-private venture. Many people don't know that, Penpal was actually a Kerala State Industrial Corporation investment, which was a joint venture with Teramo, which eventually became a Teramo company, which eventually became the world's largest blood bag manufacturing facility right in Trivandrum. So there are these examples, but they have not been showcased properly. We are expecting global medtech CEOs to come to India to learn this. Maybe we need to flip this around, go to a few global boards and have this case study conversation. We need to do that. See, it is important to understand that we need the world as much the world needs us. Somebody got to start. That's point number one. Point number two, health technology assessment. Here is this man sitting, he has been pushing for it, God knows for how many years now. Do we still use the right valuation mechanism for how we will price reimbursement? Not yet. If we did that, we would create attractiveness and we would create, especially in those areas where we have very large disease burdens. I know we don't need to boil the ocean, but for diabetes, TB, chronic kidney disorder, cardiac problems, can we do this a lot more targeted? We can easily do that. Number three, regulatory debottlenecking. You have hit the nail on the head. Why should Class C be regulated in a environment that is constrained, right? And number four, we have all worked for large multinational companies, right? You see how US Trade Department pushes the agenda of American companies. You see how the Japan trade missions will push the agenda of Japanese companies. I believe that the government of India, Ministry of External Affairs, and its diplomatic corps has a very large role to play to create market access, push the agenda with especially those global south countries where we have a leverage. We are doing it for defense. Why would we not do it for medtech? We need to create reserved market access creation for high quality. I'm not saying you make a compromise on quality. No, but that will really create a lot of confidence in Indian companies to scale up. Those 4 points.
Yeah. Yeah, so can we have the list of the slides you just sent? Yeah, so couple of them, I thought I wrote it, and couple of them, while we were discussing, I just sent it on the mobile. So the solutions, before we conclude, let's try to understand what meaningful conclusions have been created. Does this work? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. This computer, I'm not able to see, so I'll have to turn. So what global leaders do well? What are the countries who have already excelled are doing better than us? So when you say a dedicated medical device policy, one of the questions which we discussed earlier, US, Japan, South Korea, they're excelling in it, and that is the reason they have a very separate regulatory and industrial policies for medical devices rather than treating them like pharmaceuticals. Subject very close to Rajiv ji's your wish, and this has been a big ask from the medtech industry for a very long time. But I'm also telling you the countries which are really enjoying that. Strong innovation ecosystems, USA, Germany, Ireland, we all know about these countries. University, hospitals, startups, manufacturers work together in clusters. We have been a part of this ecosystem in Germany. Personally, I have been a part of this ecosystem for the last 15 years, just because we partnered with a German company and acquired a German company 6 years back. So we know this. World-class testing infrastructure, both Germany and USA. And again, I'm not going too much into detail, but you have to see to believe the kind of free services that the government offers to the medtech manufacturers there. This is a part of holding your hands in your R&D journey. Government-funded translational research, again, USA tops everywhere, but Japan does a great job on it. And government funds the early stage R&D and prototype development before commercialization. I mean, this is one question, that why they're not, there's not too many brownfield projects in high-end medtech. You don't have large pharmaceutical companies that are coming to manufacture medtech in India. Now they're acquiring some Indian medtech companies, but they're not the ones who are building from scratch. And this is the risk which nobody wants to take. And the government incentives to build infrastructure, Ireland. I mean, we all were 20 years back. I used to work for Boston Scientific somewhere in early 2000, late 90s. And suddenly all facilities outside from US were shifting to Galway, to Ireland. And we were all surprised. I mean, if you go to Ireland, Ireland is just a poor cousin of UK, and suddenly you see a lot of medtech emerging out of this. And I think, Jitendra ji, very similar to what you are doing at AMTZ. I mean, your idea is different. Sir.
Once was the thing, like dedicated medical device policy India also has, and the government funded translational research, PIP is that one.
Yeah. So we are,
yeah.
So this is where what I said in the initial, the best practices which we need to learn from. So we are, in fact, what you said initially. I mean, I don't know whether all of you, the youngsters who are sitting here, you're aware about it. Mr. Sahu is also here. Now, the Department of Pharmaceutical has taken an initiative to give you almost to a tune of 25% of your clinical trial investments, early stage clinical trial investment. Now, I can tell you this is a very big thing. I mean, for companies who have grown like mine, the companies who have grown by doing clinical trials in India, globally, I mean, this is such a welcome thing for them. And these are areas, trust me, when you do your clinical trials, you're not aware whether you're going to succeed or not. Yeah. But if somebody is ready to become a part of your failure, that's a very big thing. Yeah. They're not asking you that this money will get back or if you succeed. They're saying, we are there with you and we'll fund you. Abhijit, great initiative by Department of Pharmaceuticals. Can we go to, I don't know, yeah. Clinical evidence support, again, national clinical trial networks and reimbursement linked to evidence. This is what probably you just said about the healthcare technology assessments. This is very, very important. Manufacturing clusters. Now this is, every time Jitendra ji, we see you, again, I'll keep asking in every panel the same question. If you can do it, why can't we do it like a national policy? I mean, why do we need to create new medical device parks? Why do we need to create new clusters? Why can't we consider the existing clusters as medical device park and give them those infrastructure? Export first strategy, Ireland, Korea, Taiwan coming from nowhere.
To do that.
Yeah.
Exactly, because वो ecosystem है.
Yeah. And again, I mean, I'll rather talk about Taiwan. I mean, you know, when they start manufacturing something, unlike China, you know, both countries, you know, in terms of, I mean, there's a lot of other things politically which are there, but culturally, if you look at it, come from the same origin, but think very differently. In China, they thought about the Chinese market and only the component supply. Taiwan, they are very clear about supplying the finished products, and everybody trusts their innovations, their product. Skilled workforce, again, a lot of thanks for having these universities and institutes now, but a very dedicated skill force which they have, because of which it's very easier to hire. And last, a stable long-term policy. Now this is also, which is, I think mainly comes from the regulatory, that a predictability helps youngsters or existing large company invest in new projects. Now, in terms of the 7 levers of high impact solutions, first is, of course, if we can get in India the world-class testing, I think this is something which a lot of panelists said. And I'm glad that in certain, like AMTZ and in some places now, we have these high-end laboratories. Faster approvals, I mean, let's get out of things which are not really required to really be introspected that deeply, you know, and try to fasten up things which you really, the government has to, you know, or the regulatory has to think about, like class D, or we say in class 3 devices. Preclinical and clinical trial infrastructure. Now this is where I think we are coming up in that, but trust me, even today, except for 1 or 2 places, a lot of companies when I have to do, especially in medtech, when you have to do the large animal studies, there are some last, you know, your specific requirements. For example, you are doing an implant. You have all the animals, you have a great infrastructure, but you don't have the person who's going to implant them. That is an expertise very few countries possess, or very few institutes train the existing clinicians for that. So this is very important, and as long as we are able to create that locally in India, I know you are doing it.
And veterinary surgeons.
Yeah, and veterinary surgeons, of course. Assist in global approval pathways. Abhay sir, I think this is something we'll like you to get back, because after clinical trial, one significant thing you can help the Indian medtech, and especially the youngsters, the young companies, is helping them and holding their hands for the global approvals. EUMDR, all these things are getting very, very costly. A lot of companies who had CMARC have already lost it, and they don't even budget it to get it back. Component manufacturing, again, I think, you know, Abhay, you talked about it. Srinivas also touched on it, and it's very important to ensure that we have this, and I think there's a lot of discussion. We had a previous session on it, on the component manufacturing. Public procurement, all of us, I think in the room, not only in the panel, will, you know, will talk about it. Srinivas, you highlighted this. If you are making in India, you're doing all that stuff, like every other country, you know, we should have some advantages for the products which have been innovated and manufactured in India. And when I say innovated and manufactured, something they must be put together to overcome the pseudo manufacturing. And last, innovation and R&D support help companies invest in deep tech. And in Integris MedTech, we have done all this in terms of clinical trials, in terms of R&D and all. And now we are almost with a market cap of $1 billion US. We have proven that yes, it's possible from India. It's possible to create, you know, R&D. It's possible to create clinical trials. It's possible to publish your trials in the top 3 or 4 journals of the specialty. This is very much possible from India. And anybody, I think last 2 years, Provir is taking it to the next level. But anybody who is interested, they can reach out. We'll tell you how this can be made absolutely possible. And the last slide, before we close the session, the world's medtech leaders did not become leaders by manufacturing alone. They built complete ecosystems where innovation, regulation, testing, clinical validation, and commercialization work together. And this is the best practices which we can learn from the countries who are already doing well. So I'll thank all the panelists. I think I really enjoyed. I hope everybody else also enjoyed the session. And look forward to see you again.
An extremely informative session. Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. May I request the esteemed panelist to kindly just give us a moment for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we will straight away move to our next session. We are not heading towards any break. Please stay with us. Kindly continue to remain seated as we now head towards our next session. Once again, a heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists. Thank you so much for a very interesting and very informative session. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you. May I request you all to kindly remain seated as we now move to our next session. Our next session is the technical session 3 in the hall 6, strengthening clinical evidence for quality medical devices, regulatory pathways and data generation. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated as we now begin with our next session. Right hand se पकड़ाओ, उसको बोलो right hand से पकड़ाओ. ज्योति? We've been indicated that our honorable panelists have already joined us. May I request you all to kindly be seated, please. Jyoti? Technical session 3, which would be on strengthening clinical evidence for quality medical devices, regulatory pathways, and data generation. May I request all our guests, our delegates, our special invitees who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside. join us so that we can begin our session. Our session speakers have already arrived, and we wish to begin with the session as soon as possible. Technical session 3 in hall number 6 would be on strengthening clinical evidence for quality medical devices, regulatory pathways, and data generation. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will deliberate on the regulatory requirements for clinical data generation, challenges faced by industry in conducting clinical studies and the infrastructure, institutional capacity, and policy support required to facilitate evidence generation. It will also explore the opportunities to streamline approval pathways while ensuring patient safety, product quality, and global acceptance of Indian medical devices. With those words, may I request you all to kindly join us as I invite our esteemed panelists onto the stage. We begin by inviting the chair of the session. We're very honored to have with us Scientist G, Head Division of Development Research, ICMR, Dr. Taruna Madan. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. May we also request the panelists to join our Honorable Chair. We request Deputy Drugs Controller India Medical Devices Division, CDSCO, Mr. Asim Sahu, to kindly join us onto the stage. I request Dr. Rajiv Chibbur, who is the VP External Affairs, Shahjanand Medical Technologies, which is the SMT, to kindly join us. Mr. Hemant Sonvane, who is the Director Regulatory Affairs India and CE Johnson & Johnson MedTech. Mr. Arpit Paliwal, Co-founder and Director HRS Navigation, Dr. Suman Bhandari, Consultant Cardiology, Fortis Healthcare, Dr. Vandana Chawla, Vice President Academics and Research, Ujala Cygnus Healthcare Services. And may we now request the moderator of the session, Dr. Nikhil, who is the Chief Medical Officer, Eclever MedTech, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I request the Honorable Moderator of the session to kindly introduce the session and take it forward from here. Over to the moderator of the session.
Surgeon by background, few clinicians in the room. We have Dr. Suman as well, who's a cardiologist. So it's good to have clinician perspective to a very clinical oriented session. First of all, it's a pleasure to moderate this session on strengthening clinical evidence for quality medical devices, regulatory pathways, and data generation. I'd like to thank FICCI and Department of Pharmaceuticals for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. Before I set the context, I'd like to briefly touch upon my background and introduce myself. So I've been previously working with TÜV as a clinical reviewer, and my role as a clinical reviewer at the notified body in EU was to evaluate if the clinical evidence presented was appropriate for the device, and which in turn would lead to CE marking and a CE certificate. Following that, I worked at a clinical research organization carrying out clinical trials for high-risk devices, largely across EU. So I can bring that perspective as to what sort of evidence robustness is needed from a European environment. Now going into the context for the session. So clinical evidence has become central to how we demonstrate the safety, performance, effectiveness of medical devices, particularly for high-risk Class C and Class D products. But I think the discussion today goes beyond simply asking whether clinical evidence is required. The more important questions are, what evidence is needed? When is it needed? And how should it be generated? And how can we make sure that the evidence is meaningful, not only to the regulators, but also to the clinicians, hospitals, patients, and ultimately to the wider healthcare system? India is at an important point in its journey. The regulatory framework for medical devices has evolved significantly, and there is increasing alignment with global expectations. At the same time, India has a very large and diverse healthcare system, which I've been a part of across numerous cities. I worked in Bangalore, Mumbai, so I understand right from primary care, tertiary care, what are the challenges faced by the healthcare system across India. It has a growing medical device industry, a strong clinical expertise. We need to cherish the fact that Indian clinicians are held in the highest regard. So I work as a practicing clinician, not only in India, but also in the NHS, where I'm a practicing orthopedic surgeon. And I can tell you for a fact that Indian clinician is looked upon really highly, not only by his colleagues, but by the patients. So anytime there's a complication, they do tend to lean upon their Indian colleagues because they have somewhat more experience in managing challenging situations. and we are called upon to deal with these challenging cases. So we need to transfer that skill and that mindset which the West holds for Indian clinicians to the same Indian medical device industry, because we bring that quality and we bring that expertise. But there are also practical challenges within India. Manufacturers often ask what level of clinical evidence is really expected for device categories. There's a lot of confusion around the level of clinical evidence that is required. There may be questions around when a formal clinical investigation is necessary, when existing clinical data can be used, and what role does real-world evidence can play, and how evidence requirements change as a device moves through its life cycle. So you see, there's with AI, obviously the type of evidence required can change when you move on from one fixed LLM model to another model, or within a version change as well. So the requirements are changing continuously. The EU AI Act, which has been introduced, has set some clear precedents as to the level of evidence required for AI-based devices. So for any innovation coming forward in the medical device industry, a clear guidelines or regulations make things easier for the innovators. A technology may be evolving quickly. The product may be entering the market for the first time. The manufacturer may be a startup with limited resources, or it may be an established company trying to introduce a new indication, expand into other geographies, or strengthen the evidence behind a legacy product. In all of these situations, clinical strategy cannot really be an afterthought. The evidence plan needs to be considered alongside product development, intended use, regulatory strategy, and eventual clinical adoption. So at the outset, you need to plan for regulatory and clinical adoption, because if the product is not fit for market, it is less likely to be adopted. And you need to have a very clear regulatory path right from the outset, which countries you're targeting, which geographies. So plan your technical documentation on line with those necessary regulations across those countries. You need investigators, research coordinators, ethics review contracts, data systems monitoring, follow-up, statistical support, and institutions that see research as part of their clinical mission to achieve this. So when we talk about strengthening clinical evidence in India, we're also talking about strengthening the research ecosystem around the device. Hospitals are therefore central to this discussion. Hence, we have eminent cardiologists on the panel as well. So we need to involve clinicians, we need to involve the industry, we need to involve the hospitals who can help us guide what sort of evidence or design appropriate evidence for devices, both innovative and post-market, both pre and post-market evidence. This becomes particularly important when we think about Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. A large proportion of healthcare delivery in India takes place outside the traditional academic centers. So you need to be wary of that. A lot of evidence can be generated outside the traditional healthcare environment. You can generate from the PHCs, CHCs. So these are some of the resources which we should be using to the maximum. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So I work with Eclevamed. We don't manufacture devices. Yeah. 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 Thank you. We will address that question as well. And so I think to conclude, probably I don't want to take too much of the time. With that, I'd like to start with the questions for the eminent panel. We have panel across. I'd like to first introduce, if they can introduce themselves, starting from your.
Okay. Hi, I'm Arpit Paliwal, founder and director of Happy Reliable Surgeries. We are a medical device manufacturing company from who is making image guided surgeries products. We are based at Bangalore and currently 11 years in the operations, achieved highest selling devices in India. So a quick background on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm Suman Bhandari. I'm a cardiologist at the Scott Heart Institute, and I've been there since 1988 when it started. So we have devices come from overseas or some Indian, indigenous ones now, and we evaluate them and report their, utility.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Asim Sahu, the Deputy Drug Controller, looking after the medical device division in the CDSO headquarters. And it's my pleasure to be the part of this session. So I thank you so much for inviting me.
Hi, very good afternoon to everyone. This is Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta, and I'm heading the Division of Development Research at Indian Council of Medical Research, which is the apex body for coordinating the clinical research in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Hemant Sonavne. I'm a Regulatory Affairs Director for Johnson & Johnson MedTech. Johnson & Johnson MedTech is into manufacturing of product locally in India, as well as we market the product, imported product are marketed by Johnson & Johnson. And pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Vanna Chawla, Vice President Academic and Research at Ujala Signals Group of Hospitals. We are a chain of healthcare institutions spread across northern part of India, especially in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and we provide affordable healthcare in the cities where it is needed most. And we have super specialty and multi-speciality hospitals in these towns, and I'm heading the academic and research across group of Ujala Signals Hospitals. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Rajiv Chibbar. I am Vice President with Sajanan Medical Technologies. SMT has been in the area of cardiovascular manufacturing for almost like now 30 plus years, and we have operations in almost like 90 odd countries. Pleasure to be a part of this panel.
Thank you. So we'll start off with Dr. Rajiv Chibbarji at the outset. So a question for an Indian manufacturer bringing a device to the market, how should the clinical strategy change across different product categories and stages of the product life cycle?
Yeah, I think it's a very pertinent question if you look at today's scenario. Earlier, when we looked at a lot of devices, they were all imported and then sent here. But when the traditional aspect of companies like SMT and a couple of others who've actually moved into it, we looked at clinical evidence as one of the most important aspects of developing a product. So the clinical evidence does not only start when just R&D center or something like that. One has to really start clinical evidence before the first in human studies. That's a very important aspect that one needs to really understand. And we were fortunate that this was a part of the ingrinding, process itself right from the start. And whether it was for our high-end devices like TAVI, the aortic valves, or even the LLA closure devices, etc., GLP compliant large animal studies, these were the prerequisite that we thought initially, because unless you do it with them, you'll not be able to move into the inhuman part of it. Then, just to build a globally accepted product, your preclinical infrastructure needs to be also mooted into. India today, if you look at it, India needs internationally accepted GLP facilities. So for large animal testings that we want, I mean, not as a traditional, medtech company, we don't rely on mice and others. We need a bigger animal size to really look into how our products are looking at. So, and this is because thinking on the fact that not only for the Indian population, but the population globally too. If we have to look at EU MDR or US FDA submissions, these are things which were very, very important that was, and this also eliminates a lot of duplication of studies. It eliminates, it reduces costs a lot in that sense, because your duplication in those countries then gets really, really down in that sense. So that was something that I think we looked at very, very clearly from an Indian perspective. The other thing is that clinical evidence must reflect on the intended patient population itself. Today, what's the patient population that I'm going to target? Is it a Caucasian population? Is it an Asian population? Is it something like Brazilian, or people have large vessels? So we need to look at that kind of the entire population conundrum that looks into. So, for instance, even regional differences can create an autonomy which where the product may fail. So once you look at all of this, it becomes more and more important for how the country can the company can actually drive the entire thing. Uh, Again, I'm really thankful to the Government of India, to CDSO, the Department of Pharmaceuticals, because they considered clinicals as a very, very important part of it. But then we still feel that the government should support it in most of the areas. We were at a time developing when GLP facilities were a limitation here in India. Today, we have a dime a dozen in that sense. They can really assist in mooting how domestic companies can actually move forward. We're trying to see how quality high individual networks can actually help us in terms of laboratories and other systems that are really helping faster approvals, faster clinicals, and faster outcomes, because our go-to market time is very limited in medical devices. It's not like your typical pharma, which will end up being anywhere between 8 years to 10, 12 years, and then the molecule is there. You don't also have the kind of confidence that the molecule will work after that. For us, it's a gallop against time. Every third year, possibly the fourth year, if a cardiologist does not get a newer device, then you're out of the game. So that's the kind of, I think, clinical approach that companies in India have actually moved on. Happy to say that a lot of them have joined the bandwagon. We want more to move into it, and through CDSO, we're actually very, very conscious of the fact that yes, clinicals need to be the benchmark of any product being in the society, because that's your patient safety label that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Just to add on a bit there, companies such as SMT have a robust clinical environment and connections with KOL networks, clinicians. But what about startups or scale-ups? How do they incorporate evidence strategy, which is quite expensive for some of them? And how do they build that path?
So I think there's a couple of things that have developed. Pre-COVID, it started developing, but then post-COVID, they were utilized much more. So today we've got shared laboratories that are available, and in fact, even NIPERS or the AIMS at a lot of other states that are present, they are allowing all of that. I mean, we need to come with a mindset that if there is a startup or if there is an SME, I'm not talking about even MSMEs, I'm talking about SMEs and startups or others who actually want to look at it. If they have shared facilities, you look at M Pragati as an example, triple IITs and IITs giving those kind of lab access, that becomes your fee for model kind of a thing. You may have a reduced fee, I mean, obviously, but then there are other programs also, Patent Mitra, if you look at it, or the startup ecosystem that CDSO and ICMR has moved into. Those are areas where they get not only regulatory pathways, they also meet the right set of people. Whether it is financing, whether it is funding, whether it is looking at how regulatory can be ironed off, what the kind of labs that you need to really work into. Do I need a simulator? Do I don't need a simulator? Can I look at maybe a Hyderabad as a genome valley, because that's where you could go and do the entire testing and all that. So I think these have really established. It's up to the startup to be entrepreneurial itself. Unfortunately, if you're looking at a system, and to be honest, most of us companies 40 years back or 45 years back were startups, if I would lend. We went to the government, or we went to find the avenues where we could do that. Similarly, even hospitals have become a great area where you can have your research and clinicals and preclinicals done. There is no harm in doing a registry with a reputed hospital. I mean, you can obviously register them with the authorities and then do it. So I think one has to really go. घोड़ा पानी के पास जाएगा, पानी कभी घोड़े के पास नहीं आएगा. So one has to be very clear. If you are a startup, have the entrepreneurial mindset from day one itself. Otherwise, then you're only a startup and sitting somewhere as a backbencher.
Very valid point.
The audience question will start at the last, so please let the session come.
We have a dedicated Q&A session right at the end. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv ji. Very valid point. I think where there's a will, there's a way. So startups have to find a way eventually. Uh, Next question to Mr. Hemant. So while India is strengthening its medical device regulatory ecosystem, what role can real-world evidence play in strengthening clinical evidence for medical devices?
Thanks, Nikhil, for the question. I believe what it does is where it represents a significant opportunity for system while simultaneously innovating the medical devices, maintaining the patient safety, and as well as having a regulatory efficiency in that. So we should recognize that the clinical evidence is much broader than the traditional clinical investigation. Generally, clinical. Okay. So, sorry. So we must recognize that the clinical evaluation, clinical evidence is much broader than the clinical investigation, right? Clinical investigation generally it's done on a controlled, randomized samples, where it is much more much less of the population where it is required to demonstrate the product efficacy and the safety on that, and also it is for a short limited duration of time, right, that the study is done. But whereas when we talk about the clinical evidence, right, it is throughout the product life cycle. So we generate the clinical data during the real world evidence in a real world scenario throughout the product life cycle. So hence the clinical evidence, right, it is real world clinical evidence is a very important nowadays. And even IMDRF is clearly stating that the clinical evidence can be generated through multiple sources, like patient registries, the post-market surveillance systems, through clinical investigation, literature reviews, as well as the clinical experience that the clinician will have, right? So through that, the clinical evidence, real world clinical evidence can be generated. And good part is medical devices are continue to generate clinical evidence, right, throughout their life cycle. Uh, and the real world evidence, right, basically it comes from the real world data, right? Means, as I mentioned, patient registries, post-market surveillance, AE reporting, through that the data is generated, and that data can be used for updating the claims of the product, and also you can use that in a pre-market submissions as well. So recently, US FDA has published the guidance wherein the uh, real-world evidence data can be submitted for pre-market authorization as well as the post-market authorization. Whereas in EU, it is only the real-world evidence data can be submitted as the post-market data only. So I think India has an opportunity to, because India, wherein we see a largest patient population, we have excellent clinicians, okay, and with that the data can be generated, and that data can be used for the clinical evidences. And recently, US FDA has also extended the claim of some of the products through the real world evidence generated in the post-market data. And real world evidence is basically can create a value by strengthening the long-term safety monitoring of the product. As I mentioned, the evidence is generated throughout the life cycle and not just initial period of the product. That gives us the confidence also on the product performance, safety, and efficacy, because it is the evidence is generated in the real world scenarios. It also supports the innovation as the new technologies are coming into picture now. The digital health solution, AI-enabled devices are coming, rapidly evolving technologies are there. And during these technologies, right, we were talking just a few minutes back with the panelists that every 6 months the technology is getting updated. So that data is being generated, and that data being used for the innovation purpose and to improve the product. And also it will also, however, I would like to emphasize here that clinical evidence should complement important for product market. And the key issue with the real world evidence is not the quantity of data, it is the quality. So regulators should have the confidence, must have the confidence. The data should be traceable, relevant, reliable. Then the regulator will use approvals. I think this real world evidence brings uh, will play a critical role or important role in strengthening clinical ecosystem.
Thank you. Excellent point there. I think registries have a very vital role in strengthening real world evidence. Just recalling my time as a reviewer at TUSUD, so we used to look at orthopedic devices and registries across different countries. And the highest regard we had was for National Joint Registry and EPRB from Germany. So whenever the registry data came from such countries, we used it as a good benchmarking kind of a post-market data. So India needs a very robust registry infrastructure. I know there is a registry with pertaining to orthopedics with Indian Society of Hip and Knee Arthroplasty, which works closely with the National Joint Registry in the UK, who have designed their registry. But there are still areas where they could be improved, especially PROMS data, patient-related outcome measures are still not captured effectively within these registries. So a lot of work to be done to improve the real-world evidence as well. So next question to Mr. Arpit. For innovative technologies such as navigation, robotics, or software-enabled devices, how can companies generate credible evidence while the technology is still evolving?
It's a great question. So, as we know that we are in an era of technology, and the technology is changing so fast that keeping up the pace itself is going to be difficult. But here, I would say the interesting part is having a proper strategy is going to be very much important. How we are planning and how we are executing. So, for example, when we talk about surgical navigation, robotics, or software-enabled products, these changes are very frequent. So when, let's say, the answer could be different for two different kind of companies, maybe one company would be a startup, so the strategy for a startup would be different, and one company which would be established company, the strategy would be different. So let's say if I talk about a startup, so they would be, I'm assuming that startup is a startup in all the sense. So they would be having limited time, resources, money, and everything when we are designing a product. So when you are designing, it's important first to know what product you are creating for what market, because that strategy is very much important. Obviously, we are India, so we have to first make sure that whatever we are designing, it is for Indian market. Plus, if there is other expectation for other markets, it need to be done. Now, one simple question usually we ask, how do you eat elephant? So the answer is one piece at a time. So even when we are creating a first medical product from a startup, there are so many things in a jigsaw puzzle which need to be aligned. So many pieces of the puzzles which should be proper. And even a single piece is missing, it creates a problem. Like you may not be able to even get a proper regulatory approval. So when designing a strategy, it's important know the product specifically. Don't try to put everything in a single go. Sometimes it's preferable to start with small, a basic indication, and I would say a basic level of surgeries or whatever indication of that product would be can be started, and gradually it can be evolved more. Trade-off is you might have to do more submission, but whatever you are doing, it is in a controlled set. So your learnings would be fast because you have to iterate fast, you have to learn fast, and you have to evolve fast. And this generation, or I would say this era, is all about moving fast. So when we are having early discussion as a regulatory strategy, even with the regulators. So for example, if the startup is also planning for US FDA, they have a very good program of engaging with US FDA early on. So there could be, let's say, 3 or 4 topics which we are not very clear about. we can take a pre-market submission or pre-market appointment with FDA, have an understanding. So and they give a very good answer. Sometimes they give they review also sometimes your file. So there are so many avenues available. We have to utilize that and make sure that whatever we are developing or creating, that is one step at a time. If we try to do too many things, it's a complex environment. So that would be things from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, Arpit. Very valid points there. Next question to Mr. Aseem Sahuji. From a regulator's perspective, where do manufacturers most commonly fall short when generating clinical evidence for higher risk medical devices?
Thank you for the question. So if you ask me from the regulator perspective, I would say the clinical evidence is the fundamental, the documents that will ensure that when the product is placed in the market, it is safe, it performs as intended, and also the clinical benefit to the patient for the claim intended use will be there throughout the life cycle of the product. So if any devices, if it is for the approval, we would appreciate there is enough clinical evidence. Clinical evidence, if you ask, so various parameters are there. There are various forms of the clinical evidence. And only thing we need to see which evidence is robust evidence to prove the safety and performance of the devices. If you vary that the clinical evidence, generally we are insisting for each and every product which is to be approved for marketing in the country should have the clinical evidence. If you see the checklist also in the medical device rule, clearly one of the checklists is the clinical evidence, irrespective of the risk of the class. Though for the high risk, it is highly essential. But even for the low risk devices, we are always insisting for the clinical evidence. So clinical evidence by way of clinical study, if you have the adequate clinical study data, you have carried out the data, so that is the robust clinical evidence to prove the safety and efficacy of the devices. Another way of the clinical evidence is what my colleague has told, real world evidence, where that the patient registry or the patient record, that you will have the real evidence regarding the safety and efficacy of the devices. That is also one of the part of the clinical evidence. Post-marketing surveillance is also another part of the clinical evidence. So sometimes the manufacturers or the applicant, they may also submit as a part of the post-marketing surveillance data what they have compiled with respect to the safety and any adverse event, whether it is a serious or just due to some malfunctioning of the devices. So based on that data also we'll have the clinical evidence, but what the safety and performance of the devices in the market. Another data also initial and the least evidence that we can say that what the bench testing, when that manufacturer is doing the test on the devices to perform that whether it meets the applicable standards, or the preclinical or even the clinical data, whatever similar product if it is ever, that can also be produced as a data. The clinical, though it is a robust data, but the bench test data, preclinical data is also least evidence with respect to the safety, but that is also one of the part. And for the low risk also sometimes that is also very essential. Last one is when that manufacturer is developing the product. So during the risk and management, whatever the risk analysis they have carried out on the devices and the data, evaluation data, that is also one of the initial evidence to prove the safety. When they are developing the design, but the applicable data they have generated, they can also produce that data as well. So these are the various forms of the evidence that can be submitted by the applications, and no doubt the clinical investigation, that is the high robust clinical evidence to prove the safety and efficacy. As a regulator, if you ask, we need to take the balanced approach. Balanced approach in the sense that the product which is innovative or the new in the nature. So how can be facilitate for access to the patient in timely manner, and also how the product is ensuring the safety based on the scientific data and also the risk proportionate regulation. We are adopting that. So if the similar product is also available, manufacturer is claiming it is a substantial equivalence with the similar product, and they have producing the data whatever the similar devices is there. So that can also be submitted to, no need to go with the clinical investigation. But for generation of the clinical evidence, in the medical device rule, we have the clear-cut requirement for investigational devices. There is a mandatory requirement to conduct the clinical investigation to generate the safety and efficacy data of the claim what the manufacturer is made on the devices. So that is mandatory. Not only to generate the data, the authenticity, credibility also one of the essential element for that. So for that we have also providing the GCP guidelines, ensuring that what the data should be, the credibility of the data is one of the major concern, and also the patient safety and well-beings. To maintain that, we are also insisting the study, whatever the study is going on or manufacturer is conducting, that should be GCP compliance. And the guidelines of the GCP compliance is also published by the CDSU. So these are the documents and that the manufacturer can produce, and we are accepting based on the risk of the devices. And for the high risk, we always insist for the generation of the data, provided there is a adequate safety and efficacy data. Certain relaxation also we have the provision where the similar device, though it is imported or even in the country, if it is available, and particular time period, if it is used in that particular population of that particular country, they can submit the data and also rationale to the Indian population. Is there any major difference when it is to be used in the Indian population? If they have submitted adequate evidence based on the data what they, so there is a scope initially we will consider that to have the faster access of that particular devices, provided that they may also generate parallelly the clinical evidence of the Indian populations. So these are the provisions and the steps what the CDSU or as a regulator we are taking into the consideration while giving the approval of such devices. Thank you.
Sir. I think very clearly highlighted different types of evidence and the necessary sort of regulatory channels for each type of evidence. So coming from moving to a more healthcare setting from regulatory angle, my next question is to Dr. Vandana Chawla. So within the hospitals, they are building a stronger, why are hospitals central to building a stronger clinical evidence ecosystem for medical devices in India?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. And this is a really important conversation, especially when India is becoming the global hub for innovation. And if I tell you my perspective from healthcare institution, I see hospitals not just as the end user of devices, medical devices, but also a key partner in innovation of the medical devices. Hospitals are where innovation meets real world patient care. Every medical device is ultimately evaluated not only by its technical effectiveness, but for its clinical effectiveness, safety, usability, and impact on patient outcomes. Therefore, hospitals are the natural foundation of a robust clinical evidence ecosystem. And as a healthcare network operating across tier 2, tier 3 cities, we see an enormous opportunity. India's patient diversity offers a unique advantage in generating high quality real world evidence that reflects actual clinical practice rather than controlled laboratory settings. This evidence is essential for validating indigenous medical technologies, improving physician confidence, informing regulatory decisions and supporting clinicians, researchers, biostatisticians, patients, engineers, ethics committees, and at a single platform. When these stakeholders collaborate, they can identify unmet clinical needs, co-develop solutions with industry, and rapidly evaluate innovations in real-world settings. So I often say that the future should not just be made in India, but it should be made in India, clinically evaluated in India, and trusted globally. So hospitals are the central to making this vision a reality.
Thank you, Vandana ji. Moving from a hospital setting to a very clinician-oriented question, Dr. Suman, from a clinician's perspective, what makes medical device evidence genuinely useful when deciding whether you want to adopt a new technology?
So, there are phases about development of anything. So, ideal is a randomized controlled trial because first in man, 10 patients, it's a new concept when like a balloon for angioplasty was made. There were no regulations. People had to buy a balloon right from the shop of the manufacturer. And in fact, the first cardiac balloons were made in the kitchen by the originator. So from there we moved to better products and better innovations and more regulations. But for a clinician, if I have to see a new technology come in, it will go in steps. First, there will be animal data, first in man, some cohort trials, then large randomized data, multi-center trials, and then you will come to guidelines. So there's a step, and sometimes it looks very good. There was a Boston Tower which came, and Boston spent a lot of money, proctorship, and everyone who put it in India, oh, it's the greatest. You can get coronary access, you can get this. And then data from CT analysis, cohort data, showed that 20% were under-expanded, meaning thereby they would defunct at 3 to 5 years. So I think data will build up gradually for anything which is new. For India, we are not innovating. We are not making a new drug-eluting balloon or a new drug-eluting stent. We are copying that technology and trying to show that it's safe, whether a new J&J stent came in, it was called Cypher 0, because first in man, there was no restenosis. But then you found 30% restenosis in large trials. So it's not a one-time shot. It's a moving target you will see. So for India, suppose, there's a new stent come up from India, it's a Merrill stent. They have to prove that, yes, this stent performed as well as others. But that doesn't happen. There's very less clinical data happening for Indian indigenous. Drug controller will say, okay, you do 100 patients, show its safety, no thrombosis, or for 6 months, 10%. There's no clinical data. And so when you compare it to good products like Abbott, which has like 130,000 patients data and Indian data, nothing. How do you support it? What they would do now is to get an overseas key opinion leader, do a 200 patient small study, and then try and project it into some of the meetings. But it doesn't compare to the vast data which is available from the US or Europeans, stents or TAVI. So new products, I think India, we have to be stricter. The company should be willing to put money into science. If they're going for commercialism, it has to be backed by science, because science is never 100%. As I said, one tower came with, great results. 6 months down the line, the company stopped making it. So for a clinician, it's the result. And the result has to be a large data. Of course, it will grow with time. You will have to accept that. And then requirement will change. Like for Tower, we were very happy we could put a, new stent and don't have surgery. But then gradually you realize the patient is going to require intervention into the coronary arteries, which are close to the stent, the valve. So you have to get good access to the coronary artery. So you learn that, and then the company helps you make various models which can, fit right into the coronary tree in a way that you access it properly. So you're going to grow. And for my sake, and I feel India is on the cusp of, growing. We are little behind China, not little, very far behind China. You see, China, 20 years ago, I went to Proctor angioplasty in China. There was hardly any, stents or something available. Now they make their own. And most American journals will have 1 or 2 good studies from China. They are spending money not only in making, but in proving that what they are making is good for their patients. So that is where we lack.
Thank you, Dr. Suman. So very valid points raised. Sometimes some evidence may be enough to get your CDSCO approval or the regulatory approval, but may not be enough to convince, I'll come to you, sir, to convince a clinician. So it's like a chicken and egg situation. So how much data do you need? And is that data enough to convince the clinician and the regulators at the same start? I agree. Some of the Western manufacturers have had a head start compared to the Indian device manufacturers. They have been on the market for a very much longer time and have efficient systems in place to generate these evidence. So coming to you, Dr. Tarun, how do we counter this challenge? Because we want to make for the world and we want to convince the clinicians as well. So what steps do we need to take apart from stringent regulatory approvals? Do we need to increase the sample sizes of the studies, or what steps do we need to do?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Department of Pharmaceuticals for organizing this wonderful session with all stakeholders on board, including the regulators, and we have clinicians on board, industry on board, and of course, research, which is the scientific backing that Suman sir was talking about. So important thing is that the clinical evidence, robust clinical evidence, as all my colleagues have mentioned, the first level of evidence that we see is the randomized clinical trial. We do have case control studies, we do have real world data and preclinical studies. Of course, they all give us confidence, but the best confidence comes from randomized. But that takes time. That needs to be strategized, and as you rightly said, we need to have adequate sample sizes, which are helped by biostatisticians. Hospitals are required where the trained clinical trialists are there who conduct these studies in a robust manner. Designing a study is one thing. Carrying it out in that robust manner in which it should be is another thing. And there it comes, we have these GCPs and the ISO guidances that we have for medical devices. They are very, very important. Critical that we should have, starting that quality part of it since the design, when you are designing a medical device. So then comes the clinical evidence generation. So clinical evidence robustness for what ICMR is aiming for, we have put out some guidance documents along with CDSCO. For example, we had put in last year some of the guidances for the innovators who are into in vitro diagnostics. And then we also have put out a guidance for antimicrobial susceptibility testing and the rapid assays that we have. So these clinical evidence generation guidances where you have study designs, where you have the sample size calculations. In addition to that, ICMR is going ahead with 1,000 clinical trial sites, which is part of Biopharma Shakti mission, which is again steered by Department of Pharmaceuticals. Very, very important. Another scheme is the PRIP scheme, the promotion of research and innovation in pharma medtech sector. Again, a game changer. The ANRF ICMR Gates Foundation scheme is again supporting generation of evidence, which is called Maha Medtech mission. So these are all, key efforts that government is making so that we have the whole ecosystem galvanized, ready to generate the robust clinical evidence. And the most important thing is we have that capacity building program going on where we conduct not 2-day, 3-day, we have a 6-day workshop for the clinicians, teaching them how to conduct these clinical studies in a robust manner. And not only 1 6-day, it is 6 days in 2 months' time. We give them a 1-month gap so that they can absorb whatever we have taught. And best of the teachers are onboarded, including global clinical trialists. We are onboarding, we are liaising with the Gates Foundation, we are liaising with all the associations which are participating in clinical research, pharma associations, as well as international associations such as WHO and the NDI. So this is all the effort going on so that the evidence that medical devices are generating is of the highest quality. And one last thing, as Sir was also mentioning, and my colleague from Sehjanan Medical Technologies, he was also mentioning that we have created hand-holding for innovators, and that is called MedTech Mitra. This was along with CDSCO. So here what we handhold the innovators for is across the innovation pathway, starting from their ideation to creating a proof of concept to preclinical studies. And preclinical studies, we have in Hyderabad a big center. I must acknowledge the efforts of our director NIPCR that he has got the GLP accreditation for pig studies first in the country, and now we are going ahead for the dog studies. So this will be enabling good studies for medical devices and robust preclinical data, so that even if there is a predicate and we are not requiring that robust clinical evidence with respect to the regulation, still the robust preclinical evidence can support its utilization in the market. So these are all the efforts I wanted to mention, and over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Rightly said, all these measures taken by the government, but from the clinician's perspective, like Dr. Suman, you heard his view that all these things are in place and are being developed as well. But publications in a peer-reviewed journal is the end result or the key to convince a clinician to adopt a new technology. So if we plan that right from the outset, or even post-market for a scientific study published in a reputable journal, will see your product reach the market much quicker. With that, I open it to the floor. The questions, over to you.
Till the first question comes, can I
Yes, sir.
come in? Now, if you look at devices in the US, cardiac devices, 90% are top people who are using are Indians. So Indians have a very nice brain. They get the good stuff now all over India. But for an Indian company to compete, and 10 years down the line, I'd be proud that this is made in India with 50,000 patient data. That is where I think regulators have to be strict. They give them a license, okay, you come in. 5 years down the line, we want 20,000 patient data. 10 years down the line, we want 50,000 patient data, or we close. I think that is where it will take India comparable, and otherwise we are lost in the race. You'll sell it to Brazil, you'll sell it to some other places, because for them they get like 10 rupees for the cath lab, and they can't buy Medtronic because that is 6 rupees. So they'll buy Indian, which is 3 rupees, so they get more. So that is not enough to convince everyone in India that the product is comparable to another product which has 10 times the data.
No, I think I'll also write, I mean, I completely agree with sir when he talks about it. And in fact, that's something which also derives the fact on pricing conodromes. Today, if you go to the US or if you go to, the European countries, the cost of the device is actually 5 to 7 times higher than what is there. And that gives the companies the cushion around the expenditure that is done. Unfortunately, when we look at in India, and unfortunately, this is a big gap that hospitals also need to understand, because what happens is in the procurement side of the hospitals or even in the big government tenders, etc., it is the L1 quotient that is looked at, and that L1 means that आप ले आइए हमारे पास, but आपका cost सबसे कम होना चाहिए. So somewhere those benchmarks need to be really established, where clinicals, your randomized control trials, they need to be established to the fact that is it even a newer generation, and why do I have to really go down to a 17-year-old generation product which was manufactured maybe in the developed nations and then not use it in India. Use it in India, whereas an Indian company would have come up with a product which was equally efficient, equally done under the entire regime itself on the CDSO, randomized clinical trials, tick boxed. You've got Lancets and the the JAMAs of the world, publications around it, but still, nahi yaar, abhi to aapki studies mein time lagega, or data will be have. So hospitals also need to have that, the procurement side of the hospitals. The clinician side of the hospital will really understand the pathway that the industry has gone through. But here the pricing becomes the big pull and push factor. That needs to be really controlled. I'm not saying affordability, availability and accessibility should not be the part of it. Beyond the AAAs, let's have another A to it, which is advancements. If that can be a part of the entire process, any company will go down the line to fulfill all the tick boxes that you want in terms of clinicals. Today, why are there only a handful of Indian companies possibly recognized because of this? I'm not talking about only SMT, but there are others who are recognized because of the clinical evidences. It's just because of the fact that we moved into it almost 20 years back. But the trials started almost 10 years back, and the data will slowly generate and regenerate and become much bigger. We're not a 117-year-old company. We would take our time, as you said. Thank you.
I just had one comment that we are at ICMR not only getting into the evidence generation and creating the whole ecosystem. We are also supporting for development of clinical trial protocols. So that protocol development is also part of it, the support system. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
No, sir. I'm a PhD, a permanent head damage.
Dr. Taruna madam, are you a PhD or a doctor?
I'm also a PhD.
Very good. Now, it will be very clear enough. Now, as you have rightly said, that L1 is there. Well, the problem we are facing is there are so many points. L1, suppose when there is a same product, same everything, then the L1, when we talk about tenders, it will be L1, number one. Number two, when we are talking about the same quality, if all our doctors, the same cardiologist or same DM or same MD medicine, the salary would be the same, of course, subject to the condition if they are having some different routes out there. Number one. Number two, when we are talking about L1 is finished. Number two, when we are talking about China, we are very much sad, sorry to say, Dr. Suman, cardiologist, I hope you would be cardiologist. Corona, all bullshit situation. Please let
introduce yourself.
Myself Paras Rastogi, I'm not a doctor by profession.
You're a doctor?
I'm not a doctor, but it is very sorry to say that China has spoiled everything. China has spoiled Indian economy, world economy due to Corona. So if I were in the government, we will never recommend China. We will go for USA or other brand, American, Russian, likewise. Are you a doctor by profession?
Yes, yes.
Fine, thank you. Which department?
Orthopedics.
Huh?
Orthopedics.
Orthopedic, that is clear. Number 3, when we are talking about when we talk about clinical trials, when we talk about clinical trials,
So the question is,
the question is there, when we talk about we should learn from China, we know that everybody imports
So
goods
is the
from
question to
China.
Dr. Suman, sir?
It is a general, I speak in general, there is no point blank. Okay, so when we talk about China, we know that all situations have, after Corona only people have started, new people have entered into the medical field, number one. Number two, more manufacturers in the medical field, devices, number two. Number three, more in medicines, number three. These are the various points. So instead of taking references China is the enemy of India, as we have
Sir,
said.
any specific question to the panel, sir?
Now my question is, when we are talking, Dr. Taruna madam, when we are talking about this clinical trial, what is the source of clinical trials?
What do you mean by source of
Source means the patients, correct? The trials will be on pig, number one. As you have rightly said, the trials would be on the pigs, number one. Then it would be on dogs. And number 3, it would be human trial.
It is different with different interventions. It is not same for everything.
Exactly, it is for different department, different industry, different sector. So the trials would be on patient. Suppose I am a patient, honestly speaking, in front of the whole floor, not to you, but in general. Suppose I am a patient and you are doing a clinical trial on me, and I am a poor person, then how it will be? But a human trial is being done on the public itself.
Sir, do you know how a clinical trial is
No,
done?
I don't know, that's why
That is why. So maybe I think, right now on the panel, maybe let's have someone who's, if you don't know, possibly maybe you can get some, knowledge around it and then ask questions, because these are very lame questions that you're asking. Even on China, sorry, don't cut me in between. Even on China, when you asked us, I'm not saying, none of the panel members here said that China is our benchmark.
Yes,
We did not say China is our benchmark.
Rajiv ji, in the interest of time, let us
yeah,
summarize.
let's-
the-
move on
हाँ,
to the next
बैठ
question.
जाइए,
We'll
हम
move on to the
summarize
next
करते
question.
हैं।
No problem. नहीं,
Next question, please. Does anyone have any questions on right at the back? Sir?
Specifically to publications, because also there is in one fragment to this thing as well. I'm not associated with any academic institute or something like that. I've been going to incubators and medical specific incubators and other specific. They also do not have that kind of specification, so that we can initiate that initial level of information to apply for trials or go for in that particular validation and publication.
So that is what I had mentioned. MedTech Mitra is the portal, 24/7 open for you. You just have to register and put in your request to ICMR, and our team will be following up with you. And we have almost more than 850 innovators whom we have responded since 25th of December 2023. So it's a huge, huge task, but very, very satisfying for ICMR. Welcome. You're welcome. Yes, thank you. And for publication, what you were saying, ICMR definitely supports the research and the publications that are coming out of it, okay? And we have a biomedical innovations patent mitra, which is enabling all medical innovators, irrespective whether they are getting a financial support from ICMR or not. You can file your patents, not only file your patents, but also the team helps you in drafting the right patent so that your claims are infringible, and also they help you in technology transfer in case you are an innovator and you would like to move on to the next innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll take the. I think we are running late on the next panel.
Yeah. Yeah. L- Let me tell you the number of applications that we get. Okay. So we need to do justice with each and every application. Yeah.
I think we'll take this discussion outside.
Yeah,
Because
we can
are-
take it outside if you have no.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you to the esteemed members on the panel and to the audience. So hopefully it was insightful for you.
Okay, sure. सर आपने बड़ा अच्छा एक्सप्लेन नजर आया ऑल काइंड ऑफ एविडेंस बहुत अच्छे से बता दिया सैजा जी नहीं मैंने करवानी नहीं थी आरती उसकी है ना सर आरती नहीं करवानी थी थैंक यू